From hoses to hand tools, lighting to ladders.
Call this meeting to order. It's about the hearing that has been going on for several days. But right now, we've got a little bit of work that we're need to do. We need to move the certification of the most recent fire department promotion test results. And At this time, I'd like to call in the Assistant Chief.
Appreciate all of you having me and fitting me in here today for request certification of our promotional list for Conway Fire Department.
And if you'll just go ahead.
We have our battalion chief promotion results. You'll see there on the first page. Under that is the captain rank promotional results. And on the second page, we have an engineer promotional results. And you'll see two columns there. The engineer promotional exam is a 2-year exam. We actually have more positions open than we have candidates to fill them. So we have been doing a 2-year list on that. That's why you'll see the bottom one says engineer candidates not yet eligible. They haven't met their time requirement for the promotion.
All right, so you're asking, excuse me, you're asking to go ahead and review, approve both lists
Yes, sir.
on both pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There'll be 3 rank categories, the battalion chief, captain, and engineer promotions.
Can we approve these both together as one?
I think we can, can't we?
Yes, sir.
If we have a second or a motion and a second.
I make a motion that we approve the list as they are for the promotions.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that, do we have a motion and a second to adjourn that portion of the meeting?
I make a motion, we go to the old business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Recall Rachel Keir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question before we start. I thought we ended with passing the witness.
Well, there's some things I've already talked to the other side, and they have no objection to me going back into some things I forgot to cover.
And y'all are right. He called Annie last night and said, a little bit. I'm not going to be.
Okay. We'd just like to know about that in the future because we had no clue.
Okay, I apologize. I told the other side I should have told the chairman this morning.
Thank you, sir.
And call each of you at home that way. Mr. Keir, I think you said you've been on the police force for about 4 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, did you have early on some disciplinary problems, work performance issues?
Yes, sir.
And when was that in your career?
It began after my first 6 months and continued to approximately a little after my 2-year mark.
So in the last 2 years, what about any issues during that time?
No, sir, zero disciplinary issues, zero write-ups. My last eval, my lieutenant wrote that I should start considering becoming a field training officer, an FTO, and to gain supervisory experience.
There was a strike that you reached out to Officer Byrd about the incident that it had that we talked about the last time. Why did you reach out to her?
With Lieutenant Kennedy?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did. I initially spoke with Officer Kelton Smith, who is on my shift, and he suggested I speak with Brittany, which I most likely would have anyway, because she is the person I would go to in that situation. She's my mentor.
You mentioned also that Lieutenant Kennedy had made a comment about not going to the Christmas party because Miss Byrd was going to be there.
Yes, sir.
Was that what was the circumstances under which that statement was made? I mean, was it just casual conversation over coffee, or was it a shift situation?
Yes, sir, it was. At the end of shift, we a lot of times gather in the sergeant's office and wait to be released by our supervisors. I believe the East Side sergeant was not there that night, so Lieutenant Kennedy was at the East Side sergeant desk, and there were quite a few officers in the room preparing to be released to go home. I believe Sergeant Westbecker was also in the room. We were just talking, and they were discussing the Christmas party and who would be attending, and that's when Lieutenant Kennedy made that statement.
During your period of time with the department, have you worked with K-9 officers assigned to your shift?
Yes, sir. At this point, I believe I've had 3 different K-9 officers that I've worked with over my 4 years on shift, or 3.5 years on shift.
Has there ever been communication problems because of the dogs?
Yes, sir. Each dog is different, but they all bark, as dogs do. There are times when I think the K-9 officers try to be intentional about keying up in a way that we can hear them, but it's not always in their control. So sometimes they do have issue getting their traffic out depending on what's going on with the dog.
Now, did you walk through the area of the Fifth Avenue Park when you were on duty?
I walked through a small portion. My goal was to walk through the entirety of the park to find out if there was illegal activity going on, and speak with people about who was organizing the party, but I wasn't able to do that.
As even a 4-year officer, if you'd seen part of the crowd running and had a citizen that was part of that crowd tell you they had people up there waving guns, what would you have done?
I would have put that information out over the radio immediately so that everyone would know what was going on, that there might potentially be firearms in the crowd, whether they're legally allowed to, in any crowd, whether you're in a large gathering, whether they're legally allowed to have the guns or not. If people are scared and running from firearms, I think we would investigate it.
Now, when you are at work and take some type of police action, whether it's report to domestic abuse or disorderly conduct or vagrant or anyone, do you have to write a report after that?
We don't write a report about every encounter, but depending on the circumstances, we do write reports even when arrests aren't made. It just depends on the situation.
Okay, and you have any idea how many reports on average you write a shift?
I do not. It depends on, a lot of times, the area you're assigned to. Some days I'll take 2 or 3, 4 reports in a day. Sometimes I'll take none. So it depends on the day and the area you're patrolling.
When you write a report about going to a location, do you include in that report the route you took?
No, sir. Not unless I encountered like a suspect or there was some reason to include the route, like that it influenced the action I took or some major reason to include it. Like, I have never done it that I know of unless I'm talking about a pursuit. I don't include my route. That's not normal.
Now, when you write your report and you don't have your route in, which sounds like that's 90% of them or more, who do you turn your report into?
So we use the RMS report writing system. We complete it and then route it, and it goes into an inbox. I believe all of the supervisors on shift have access to, and then from there, a supervisor will access the report and grade it.
And what happens if the supervisor sees omissions in the report or that something else needs to be in there? What happens then?
That's common. They'll send the report back to the officer with a note requesting whatever information or correction that's needed.
Have you ever had a report sent back in 4 years because you didn't have the route listed in it?
No, sir.
After your meeting with Acting Chief Harris at that time, what type of evaluation did you receive?
Negative evaluation.
What was it negative about?
It stated that the overall rating was needs improvement, but the only thing on my eval that was related to that was the insubordination comment from when I approached OPR and Chief Harris about the AI they conducted with Lieutenant Kennedy and myself.
When you're responding to situations and there's very, very heavy traffic, do you always constantly run your sirens? And
It depends on the situation. I would say no. I'd have to have context to really answer that thoroughly.
as you read the policy of the department, are you mandated to always run your red lights and blues in red? That's the fire department. Blue lights and siren.
No, sir.
Counsel, just exactly how is this tying in with what we're here for exactly?
The chief said that a couple of things. One, the chief said he found it strange that Miss Bird did not list her route to the location. And so I wanted another officer to explain to you all that that is not a common, it's just not done. So it goes to his credibility. He also said that she should have turned on her blue lights and siren. And I wanted this officer to show that that's not necessarily something that they're required to do. That the issue of whether she heard communication problems because of the canines. Remember, Chief Harris said that, oh, that wouldn't happen in Miss Bird, having problems wanting to keep it down keep the noise down for the dog not to be excited. So those are the reasons that I was going into it, as to hear the chief specifically, said all of those things that we're trying to show that not. He also said the report writing, well, if she doesn't put the route in and she hasn't done it for 4 years and it's reviewed by a sergeant, every one of her reports, and none of them were kicked back for that, I don't know what the chief's, I'm not trying to say the chief doesn't have a policy of it, but it sounds like for 4 years it hasn't been followed. So that should not be considered by you all as evidence that Miss Bird did anything wrong.
I think that we'd, already heard that point about, everything that you have mentioned and is asking. So I think that if we could just move on, maybe.
Yes, sir. You had asked me, I was explaining why, and
okay,
I
all
wasn't
right.
trying to argue with you. I was trying
Right.
to answer your question.
Okay.
Other questions in light of that?
Officer Kier, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm okay. Let's start where you started on Tuesday afternoon. I think the first topic dealt with Exhibit 33. Those are those photographs of your in-car system.
Yes, sir.
And do we have 33 handy? And Officer Kier, go through these with me. And let's set a little bit of a background to this. The nature of your testimony, tell me if I got this right. You took these photographs, correct?
So are we going in order that they are compiled?
Let's do that. If the commission has them in order, just what is the first one? It's a watch guard?
It says watch guard and it says unit 1714 in the bottom right corner.
Correct. That's not your unit.
Negative. I did not take this photo.
Who took it?
I do not know.
It's dated July 22nd, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that the type of watch guard system you have in your unit?
Currently?
July 22nd, 2025.
I couldn't say. I'm not sure what unit I was driving that day. So I drive a pool car because I don't have a take home. So any given day I show up, my unit may not be available or may, need repairs. So I have to get a different car.
So you don't know who took this photograph?
I do not.
You do not know why they took this photograph?
No, sir.
You do not know why it could be relevant to this proceeding?
Well, I do.
Tell me.
Well, I was questioned about them.
Sure, by Ms. Bird's lawyers. but
Right.
What's the point of this?
I think to establish how our in-car camera system works.
What's the next photograph you're looking at?
The date is 7/18/2025. Time is 20:49 and 12 seconds. My name is in the bottom right corner with unit 2107.
And officer, would you just show me that to make sure that you and I are looking at the same thing? All right, do you have two essentially identical photographs? One's a closer up view than the other?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're both dated July 18th, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
One's just a closer view than the other.
Correct.
This is from your unit,
Yes, sir.
unit 2107?
Yes, sir, that's
You took-
correct.
You took this photograph?
I did.
You took it July 18th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
What's the next photograph that you got?
So not the duplicate, but the next one after that.
Let's move forward.
Okay. The next one can be identified by the stop event question mark at the top.
Show us if you don't mind. Got it. You and I are on the same page. Did you take that photograph?
I did not.
Do you know who took that photograph?
I do not.
And if you look at it, compare it to the two photographs before, if you look down at essentially on the first, not the watch guard photograph, but the photograph that you took on
Yes, sir.
July 18th, you see down at the bottom, it sort of has the menu. It's got power button, menu, record, stop, review, and then
Yes, sir.
cameras. The stop event photograph, that does not have the same menu, correct?
They look different. If your questioning is going to say that it's a different
Don't
unit,
assume where I'm going. I'm just
Okay.
asking you the simple question. These are two different units. They are not the same system, correct?
I don't know about the system. I don't know. So we get new units every year. They're all numbered. Like 2107 was probably intended to go online in 2021.
So the one that you're looking at right now, you didn't take that photograph.
No, sir, I did not.
You don't know when it was taken.
I don't.
You do not know by whom it was taken.
Correct.
All right, let's go back to your direct testimony. For lack of a better word, what I understood you to have testified to is that you did an experiment.
Correct.
And that experiment was you were outside of your patrol unit, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had your body worn camera on, correct?
Correct.
You turned it off, right?
Correct.
And then you go to your patrol unit, right?
Yes, sir.
And then on this occasion, July 18th, 2025, that display that had the OK button
Correct.
is what was on your display.
Correct.
And I think you said that sometimes that happens under those circumstances, sometimes it doesn't.
No, that's not what I said.
Tell me what you said.
I'm not going to directly quote myself because I've slept since then, but what I was trying to communicate is that it used to happen regularly. It stopped. I'm not done with my answer. Can I finish?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you mean?
Okay,
What
so
happens, doesn't happen
that
regularly?
that screen used to pop up regularly.
Okay.
It stopped popping up. I'm not sure when. I just know that I haven't had to address it in a while. When I tried to perform the experiment, I could not trigger it. And then a couple weeks ago, in my same unit, 2107, it just started popping up. So it's not an issue of a different unit because I couldn't trigger it in unit 2107. And then I was able to a couple weeks ago.
Are you suggesting that there is a glitch in this program?
I have no idea. I'm sure there's a lot more to the administrative side of WatchGuard than I understand. So you would have to ask an expert on that.
Sure. And so you ran this experiment for Brittany Bird, correct?
Yes, sir.
July 18th, again, 2025, is that right?
Correct. I believe so.
That's when the photographs are
Right,
taken from your unit, right? And so, let's see, you're day shift, right?
In July,
Yeah, you tell me, were you day shift or night shift? What was your shift on?
I was night shift, I believe.
Okay, so you were doing this experiment, the time on it is what, 2054, something like that?
2049. So it's like
49. So
8:49.
So at 8:49, you were on shift at that time?
Yes, sir.
So while
ahead.
you're on shift, you're doing experiments for Brittany Bird. Were you on shift at 8:49 on July 18th?
So we're allowed to, I mean, we're not. So between calls, we have autonomy. I call my husband, I talk to people, I don't think that's a violation of my duty.
Sure. So the answer to my question is, yeah, I was on duty, but I can take breaks. And I took a break and I did an experiment for my friend Brittany Bird.
That's fair.
Okay. And you did this experiment for your friend Brittany Bird in order to prepare your testimony in front of this commission. Is that right?
No, sir. I don't even know at what point this all started. I just know she had asked me to do it, and so I did it
When did she ask you to do it,
the day that the photo was taken.
that you did it? Was she with you then?
No,
Was anybody with you then?
no.
So she calls you, says, Officer Kier, will you go do this experiment for me and take pictures of it?
She called me and asked me if I had ever seen the screen that popped up. And before she could explain the screen, I said, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I told her what the screen said. And she said, okay, well, can you try to see if it'll do it?
And is the point of this testimony that you're doing this experiment for your friend, knowing that an issue in this case involves that she did not have her dash cam on while she was ultimately trying to get to Fifth Avenue Park on April 13th?
So at the time when we had a conversation, I don't think I understood what exactly was going on in this case because the nature of Brittany and I's friendship is not normal. It comes from like a mentorship. We're not the type of people who just sit on the phone, hang out. Like that's not the dynamic of our friendship. She called and asked me to do something for her, so I did it.
I understand. And so this is not a normal relationship, is your testimony, correct?
Correct. She was teaching, basically, in a nutshell, she has been the person who has invested in me most to keep me alive on the street, to teach me how to be an officer.
And y'all are friends?
I would say over time, our relationship has developed into more of a friendship and not exclusively a mentorship. But I'll be honest with you, I've always been intimidated by her, and I'm not generally friends with people that intimidate me. But I have learned over time, I've gotten to know her character and understand that like there's so much more behind that initial feeling of intimidation.
What's
So I would say we're
intimidating?
friends.
What's intimidating about Brittany Bird?
Her standards are high.
That's intimidating to you?
Extremely high. Yes, she demands excellence of herself and everyone around her, and she will call you out when you're not performing to the level that you need to be.
let's go-
She was always held as the standard at the department, as far as I knew. When my husband messed up and his alarm didn't go off on the first day of academy, she is who they sent to my house to knock on my door and scare the mess out of me. If she needs to be authoritative, and she will be, I guess I'm just trying to give you a picture of there are a lot of people who are intimidated by her because she doesn't back down, because she does stand her ground. And she will stand up for herself and the people that she is around her that she believes in.
Sure, I understand. So you came on the force, I think, May 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No prior law enforcement experience?
Correct.
You were C-team,
Yes, sir.
which is day shift, correct?
No, we do 4-month rotations, so everybody gets a little piece of that night shift pie.
Ultimately, Brittany Bird's K-9 unit, correct?
Yes, sir. At that time, they were working, I believe, more of like a swing shift, like 2 to 2. So they had overlap over multiple shifts. We didn't have a K-9 assigned to the shifts at that time.
And so that's how you met her, is there was some overlap in your shift and the shift she was working as a K-9 officer?
No, sir.
How did y'all meet?
My husband was hired by Conway Police Department in 2018 and assigned to B team, which was one of the teams that Brittany covered as a K-9. I don't know how to explain it. Conway PD used to have a better morale, a better sense of unity and team. And when my husband was released onto shift, there was a lot more of, team-like gatherings.
Yeah, I'm asking you how you know Brittany
I'm
Byrd
getting
when you
there.
became friends.
I'm getting
not
there.
asking you about morale, right?
I'm getting there, sir.
Please do. Please answer the question.
So at that time, when there was a lot more shift gatherings, a lot more team environment and attitude, I would go to shift gatherings with my husband because we had heard a lot of things about Conway PD. We had heard that they were extremely political, that there was a weird history of sexual issues and swingers. So I went to every single shift shift party gathering with my husband, and to protect his integrity and mine.
All right.
And during that time, Brittany Byrd was often at those gatherings, so I got to know her that way.
All right, let's unpack some things, but let's begin with some fundamental propositions. I'm hearing you engage in speculation and conjecture. I want you to testify to your personal facts. You heard rumors about the department.
No.
Ma'am, your testimony just was, you were hearing rumors about the department, and that's why you had your husband come with you to these meetings?
No, I can clarify if you'd like.
I want you to testify to your personal knowledge and
I
your
am.
personal facts, not to speculation,
I am.
not to conjecture, not to rumor.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand me?
I do.
Do you remember what my question was to you?
I do. So if we're talking about speculation, conjecture, when my husband was hired, we were approached by an individual who said those things to me. So it is firsthand knowledge.
No, ma'am. You were told that. That's secondhand knowledge.
I'm telling you what I was told,
Which is secondhand knowledge.
Okay, I don't want to argue with you, sir. I'm not sure what this is all about, but I am friends with her. I met her through my husband, who was assigned to the shift that she worked on. We spent a lot of times in shift environment gatherings together. That's how I got to know her.
And I heard this began in 2018.
That is when my husband was hired. I'm not sure the exact time of when he was released onto the street, but after that is when you're assigned to a shift, and that's when you start to build a rapport with your team.
So your testimony is unclear to me. Did you meet Brittany Byrd in 2018 before you were on the force, or afterwards when you joined the force on May 3rd, 2021?
So I believe my first encounter with her was, like I said, the day that my husband did not show up for the first day of academy.
Were you on the force at that point?
This is 2018 when he was hired.
So you've known Brittany Byrd since 2018.
Yes, sir. She showed up at my door and scared me. Yes, sir.
Okay, intimidating.
Yeah.
I got you. So you've known her for quite some time before even you were on the police force, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then as the relationship developed, she took you under her wing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You looked up to her, is that correct?
I didn't have many officers on shift to look up to at that time. And I think Officer Byrd knew that when a rookie is released onto the street, the officers surrounding them shape them, teach them, guide them, keep them safe. And at that time, I had a lot of officers who were ready to get off patrol. They are all now in specialty divisions or retired.
My
Except for
question
Tony
to
Ryken.
you was, did you look up to her?
I did, because she reached out to teach me how to be an officer. I did look up to her, yes.
All right, so my question was, you looked up to her, and the answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
You remember giving a deposition in the lawsuit that Brittany Byrd has filed?
Yes, sir, I was subpoenaed.
Fair enough, you testified on her behalf, correct?
I didn't have a choice.
I understand. In that deposition, you called her, quote, an amazing officer. Do you remember that?
Yes, I would still stand by that.
She became your mentor, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're loyal to her, correct?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. She has an amazing character.
And so you do favors for her by doing experiments about dash cams, correct?
I don't know about calling it favor. She had called and asked me to do something, and I did it.
As a favor? As a favor for your mentor, the person you're loyal to, correct?
Yeah, we do need to move on because the point has been made.
All right, one of the issues that you testified to on direct examination is Mr. Newcomb asked you last Tuesday, have you been involved in high-stress situations with Brittany Byrd? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the story that you told?
I do.
And tell me if I'm getting your story wrong, but it was, you were called to an incident involving two repossession guys that were repossessing somebody's car, correct?
Yes, sir.
The guy whose car was getting repossessed had a bat. Is that
Correct.
correct? You made note that in your experience, repossession guys often carry weapons, right?
It depends, but it's not uncommon.
It's not uncommon. But that was your testimony, is these guys often carry weapons, right?
Tow truck drivers was
so-
my specific statement, was in reference to tow truck drivers, yeah.
And so you're painting a picture of, you got two guys with possible guns, and you've got now a guy whose car is being repossessed with a baseball bat, correct?
Correct.
And this was a dangerous situation to you, correct?
As a young officer who's been on the street less than 6 months, to me, yes, it was.
And Brittany Byrd responds to the scene after you're already there, right?
Correct.
And she, neutralized the scene?
She handled the situation.
Yeah, and as a result, you called her fearless.
I don't know that I called her fearless. Did I say that word?
Yeah,
I
so-
did respond to Mr. Newcomb's question.
Yeah, so actually, this is on YouTube, and I watched your direct examination from Tuesday last night. And here's what was said. Asked, involved in any high-stress situations? Yes. You testified about you taking a bat from a guy. Second, you were asked, did she show any fear? Your response, never. Quote, to be clear, I've never seen her show any fear.
Correct. I didn't say fearless. I didn't use that word. So that's what I was clarifying.
You're quibbling with me between the word fear and fearless.
I just am concerned you're trying to get me trapped in something I didn't say, so I just want to be extremely clear. That's all.
Please be extremely clear. And go back to our ground rules. Personal knowledge, right? Yeah? Yeah?
I feel a little bit like I'm being berated.
I am so sorry. You're a witness on a witness stand. Do you understand
I do
that?
understand.
You've been to the Arkansas Law Enforcement Training Academy,
Yes, sir. I
correct?
went to Conway Police Department's Academy.
Did you go to both or just Conway?
I went to
PD's?
Conway Police Department's Academy
And you've testified in courtrooms before, right?
many times.
And you know the process, correct?
This is not a courtroom, though.
Have you testified in front of boards before?
I don't think so.
Have you ever been questioned by a lawyer before?
In court?
Wherever, officer.
No, that was my answer. In court. I'm sorry. Am I upsetting you?
Are you upsetting me? No, you seem to be upset and consider me being berating to you. Here's the process. You've testified before, right? Yeah?
Yes, sir. Correct. In court.
Lawyers ask the questions, right?
Yes, sir. And there's a judge.
Witnesses respond.
Correct. And there's a judge.
And if we are to equate this to a judicial system, here is our judge and jury, the commissioners from the Conway Civil Service
Correct.
Commission.
I was there though for the motion of limine and all of that. So I understand that this is not being run like an actual courtroom, and it's picking and choosing what we are and are not following. So I'm just unclear on that portion. That's all.
See, how do you know that?
I was at the motion of limine. The
Which was, I
meeting,
think,
the meeting, but prior to this commission meeting.
And you were there as a sign of support for your friend, mentor, and the person you're loyal to, Brittany Byrd.
I was there because I wanted to support Brittany Byrd.
I understand. All right, let's get back to I've never seen her show any fear testimony. Is the reason that you were asked the question and you answered it that way is to suggest that in this situation, Brittany Byrd showed no fear in a situation with the two tow truck drivers and the guy with the baseball bat?
You're asking if that was the point of my story?
That was your story, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the inference that you're trying to at least get this commission to believe is, well, then certainly she showed no fear in responding to Fifth Avenue Park on April 13th, right?
I'm not sure why Mr. Newcomb asked me that question. I was just trying to answer it honestly.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Exhibit 19. Take a look at it. Sure. All right, do you want to go ahead and I can identify this? Do you recognize this as the incident report that you wrote in relation to the two tow truck drivers and the repossession?
I have not read it in entirety, but it does appear to be that, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, let you and me read it. And your narrative begins on what's going to be page 1, 2, 3, page 4. You see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let's work our way through this because I'm hearing your testimony to be you've been in high danger situations with Brittany Byrd before, correct?
Correct.
All right. You can authenticate this as your incident report and the narrative from that incident on, what's our date? January 31st, 2022, correct?
Correct. I had been on shift less than a month.
Sure. I don't know whether it was or not.
The document you're trying to introduce was not disclosed prior to the hearing.
Robert, I don't know whether it was or not, but I'm impeaching her with her own document, and that is perfectly permissible. Now, we're going to go back to how many lawyers are going to be objecting for your team?
All I'm saying is, I don't know what rules were saying. They said any documents we may use, we had to. And they don't know whether to obey that rule or not obey that rule.
My response. Officer Keir, in response to Mr. Newcomb's questions Tuesday, brought up this incident to show the fearlessness of Brittany Byrd. I could not anticipate that testimony, so I then go and find the incident report, and now we were going to explore, is she truthful and accurate in her testimony?
Is that what your objection was going to be, or answer?
I don't want to tag team, but Mr.
Overruled.
All right, let's go through your narrative. Are you with me? On January 31st, 2022, at approximately 7:20 p.m., I, Officer Keir, number 589, responded to, and that's redacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
In reference to a disturbance. This dispatch advised the caller reported he was trying to repossess a vehicle when the owner attacked him. Have I read it correct so far?
Yes, sir.
Upon arrival, I observed a male later identified as Robert Jones standing next to a white Mazda SUV holding a bat. Robert's wife, Wendy Jones, and son, Zachary Jones, were also standing in the yard behind him. The two males, Michael Lanier and Christopher Vance, who were on the scene to repossess the Mazda SUV, were standing in the street next to their truck. I approached Robert. That's the guy whose car is being repossessed, right?
Yes, sir.
I approached Robert, who took possession of the bat. I approached Robert and took possession of the bat. So you got the bat in your hand at this point.
I took it and dropped it.
Took it and
I believe
took it away from him.
I took it away from him.
He didn't resist you.
I don't remember. No, I think I just easily removed it from him, I think.
Sure, and then dropped it.
Yeah.
Brittany
I think-
Bird's not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
I asked Robert what was going on. He informed me that the two males were on his property and would not leave. I again asked him what the issue was. He responded the two males needed to get out of his driveway. I then asked Robert why Lanier and Vance were at his house. He responded, It does not matter. They are on my property. Jones' demeanor was agitated and confrontational towards me. That's all correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Lanier and Vance were waiting patiently to be addressed, confirming while they were there to repossess Robert's vehicle. A comment. The two tow truck drivers are waiting patiently, correct?
Correct. They were under control, but the other gentleman was not.
Understand. No guns were being flashed, correct?
No.
Officer Byrd arrived on scene and observed Robert standing in close proximity to me and yelling. In an effort to gain control of the scene, she instructed him to stop yelling and back up. Officer Byrd repeated the command for Robert to back up 3 times. Jones did not move. Officer Byrd then informed Robert if he did not comply and back up, he was going in handcuffs. Robert did not comply. Officer Byrd reached for Robert's hand, instructing him to put his hands behind his back. Robert jerked his arm away. I grabbed Robert's left hand. He immediately clasped his hands together in front of him, leaning his weight against the vehicle. Officer Byrd continued telling him to put his hands behind his back. Robert continued resisting and asking why he was being cuffed. Officer Byrd drew her taser and informed Robert he would be tased if he did not put his hands behind his back. Robert complied and was taken into custody. Is that all accurate? Is that
Yes, sir.
okay? You're telling the truth in this?
Yeah.
Okay. While Officer Byrd was speaking with Robert, I spoke with Lanier and Vance. Lanier reported. When he arrived at the residence, he knocked on the front door with the repossession paperwork in his hand. He explained Wendy answered the door and then called Robert, then called Robert come outside. Lanier said Robert walked outside and immediately began screaming and hollering at them. Vance went on to say Robert pushed Lanier backwards, causing him to fall onto the back of the tow truck, then pinned him down. Vance said he ran over and pulled Robert off Lanier. Robert then turned and began swinging with a closed fist. Robert and Vance went to the ground fighting. Vance said he did fight back, trying to get away from Robert. You're not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Vance said Robert yelled for his son Zachary, who then came out of the house with a bat. All parties confirmed the bat was not used during the incident. Zachary and Lanier separated Robert and Vance. Lanier and Vance did not have visible injuries. Lanier reported his arm was hurting from being pushed backwards onto a tow truck. Robert was released from custody. Right?
Correct.
All parties were given cards with report number, instructed on how to obtain a copy of the report and complete the warrants process. Body-worn camera was tagged in watch card. And then Lieutenant Monty Matthews does a supplement. No further investigation is needed at this time. There is sufficient evidence for the victim to seek a misdemeanor warrant through the city attorney's office. Did I read that correctly?
I don't think I have the supplement, but that sounds correct. Maybe I do, I just can't find it. Oh, okay. Yes, that's correct.
All right, so that's an accurate and true rendition of the circumstances that you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
That in response to, have you been in high-stress situations with Brittany Byrd in the past? That's the high-stress situation you're talking about?
I had been on shift for a month, so yes, at that time, it was definitely a high-stress situation for me that I could not regain control of.
Mm-hmm. The bat you'd taken away from the guy?
Right.
Forcibly?
No, I just walked up and took it from him.
Took it. Okay. And then Brittany Byrd shows up and the guy's yelling, correct?
He was not under control. He was out of control pretty much the majority of the time. I couldn't get him to comply with my instructions effectively.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the report about how he had treated the tow truck people, I think it gives you an indication of where he was at mentally and his behavior. It definitely seemed like at any moment, with me on scene by myself, it could escalate to the point where it got out of control again.
But as I read it, all that's happening before you ever arrived on scene, right?
Correct. Again, it speaks to the state of Mr. Jones at the time I arrived.
And the conduct of Lanier and Vance were to be sitting, waiting patiently by their tow truck, right?
After I got them to come, they were initially, I think, kind of going back and forth with Mr. Jones when I arrived. They did comply with my instructions, so they removed themselves and just waited till I was ready to deal with them.
And this is your high-stress situation example.
Again, yes, it was. I don't think I could have managed that scene if Officer Byrd had not showed up. We had to put Mr. Jones, the reason he was put in handcuffs is because he was out of control and we could not get him to comply, which when someone's unpredictable like that, because I believe it was his only vehicle, so he was extremely emotional. You just don't know what they're capable of, and if you can't get them to comply with your instructions, yes, it can be very dangerous.
And this high-stress, dangerous situation did not even result in the arrest of Robert Jones.
It's a misdemeanor that did not occur in our presence. We cannot arrest on a misdemeanor that did not occur in our presence.
And so a high-stress situation for you is you take a baseball bat away from a guy, and then Brittany Byrd comes, and he's agitated, and you put him in cuffs, and then you release him.
I was surrounded by the man and his family. I don't remember how old his son was. He was an older teenager or young adult. It was high stress for me that could have resulted in a very bad incident had I not been able to control the scene.
Granted, let's say high-stress situation for you, rookie, 6 months on your own at this point, right?
No, I was on the street less than a month at this point on
Less
my
than-
own.
Okay.
Probably a couple weeks, actually.
You're absolutely not trying to compare this event with the tow truck guys to a mass shooting on April 13th, 2025, right?
Oh, no, sir. I was put on the spot and had to give you an example or give the committee an example, and I tried to do that. I would not mean to do that in any way.
Okay. You testified beginning Tuesday, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you gave a deposition in the civil case in May of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure the date, but I was subpoenaed to give testimony.
Yeah, I've got your deposition here, and if it refreshes your recollection, oral deposition of Rachel Keir taken May 9, 2024 at the offices of the Arkansas Municipal League in Little Rock. Does that
That sounds correct.
help jog your memory?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Newcomb did the questioning.
Correct. And I believe Bill Milburn questioned me for the city.
Close, Bill Mann.
Bill Mann.
Yeah, that was who was questioning for the city. He worked for the Arkansas Municipal League, right?
Okay.
All right, and prior to that deposition, you talked to Brittany Byrd about giving the deposition, correct?
I don't really remember, honestly. I would have to look at the deposition itself. Could you provide me a copy, please?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we've got copies for everybody. And so while you're flipping through, to the best of your recollection, did you talk to Brittany Byrd prior to your deposition testimony?
Like I said, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. Did you talk to Kelton Smith prior to your deposition testimony?
Again, I'll have to look in here because I know they asked me who I'd spoken with, and I just don't remember. You want me to take the commission's time to figure this out?
Do you remember talking to Kelton Smith prior? Do you remember testifying that you talked to Kelton Smith, Brittany Byrd, and I don't remember Angie Byrd or not, and Robert Newcomb prior to your deposition testimony?
Again, I don't remember, but I can take the commission's time to find what I said.
Do you have any reason to dispute me?
No.
Okay. Now, moving forward, in anticipation of your testimony beginning last Tuesday here in front of the commission, did you speak to Brittany Byrd?
She connected me she told me that I was going to be getting a subpoena, and she told me that she connected me, gave a number for Angie, I believe. She wanted to speak with me because I was going to be their witness. That was the extent.
And so you talked to Angie Byrd about it, about your testimony in front of the commission.
She or like asked me some questions. Yes, just like you did when you called me.
Well, let's talk about that. But first, you talked to Angie Bird in anticipation of your testimony.
Correct.
What did y'all talk about?
About what she would be asking.
Give us some substance, please.
I don't have my notes in front of me.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to Angie Bird in anticipation of your testimony, right?
She told me what they would be asking, correct.
You talked to Brittany Bird.
She connected me to Angie and told me I would be receiving a subpoena.
And have you
Yes.
and Brittany Bird discussed the substance of your testimony in front of the commission?
No, sir.
You talked to Kelton Smith about your testimony in front of the commission?
No, not in detail.
No, not in detail. So, yes.
I have talked to him about being uncomfortable. He's my senior officer, so we've had a good bit of conversation about my fear and uncomfortable feelings about being in this position.
So Kelton Smith, who is Brittany Bird's boyfriend, is something of a confidant to you?
He's my senior officer. His badge number is 547, mine's 589, and we're assigned to C-Team together.
So talk to Angie Bird, talk to Brittany Bird. Possibly, it sounds like you talked to Kelton Smith about it. Did you talk to Robert Newcomb about it?
He also called me and let me know kind of what they would be asking, make sure I was okay.
Okay. And I called you before your testimony, correct?
You did.
And we chatted briefly on the phone, right?
Correct.
And you told me you were sick, right?
I was sleeping, I believe, and I had just woken up I'd worked the night prior, I believe, possibly.
And you asked me to call you the next day.
Correct.
And I called you the next day.
Yes,
And I
sir.
got your voice message.
Yes, sir.
You never returned my phone call, right?
No, sir, because I figured questioning was going to go like this.
So you were afraid to talk to me so that I could interview about the substance of your testimony?
I was afraid. I knew the city and the department were going to have an issue with the things I said today or when I gave testimony. And so I know y'all are working for the city, and I'm used to not having support at this point when I have things that are negative about the department.
Your conscious decision was to not talk to me.
Correct.
When I asked you to tell me the truth, right?
Yes, sir. So when you called and woke me up, I was really groggy. I was waiting on a very important phone call, which I thought was your call. You right off the bat asked me a couple questions. You said, I think I have 3 questions or something like that. I answered 2 of your questions, and then I said, sir, because you were getting into more detailed answers, and I was like, I don't want to misspeak. I'm sleepy. You can call me back at another time. And then I did not feel comfortable taking that call.
And I was courteous to you, wasn't
Oh,
I?
you were polite, courteous. It was not about your demeanor. Again, it was about the position I've been in with the department and the city.
Okay. Let's move into a new topic. I want to understand. I want to talk to you about Lieutenant Kennedy, okay?
Okay.
And explain it to me because it's confusing. At some point in your career, you were explain this to me. I understood you were C-Team, and at some point, Lieutenant Kennedy is working both C and B teams. Is that right?
No.
Tell me, because it's confusing to me. How did that work?
So I think at some point was a sergeant on B team, and there was a whole lot of issues with other females on that one issue with one female majorly. I think resulted in people being subpoenaed for a lawsuit. Anyways, he was promoted from sergeant to lieutenant around the time I was released. So when he was promoted to lieutenant, assigned to C team about the time that I was released onto shift. So he was a young, new, fresh lieutenant.
In your chain of command?
Correct. C team lieutenant. So the way that the chain works is the city is broken up into 2 sides, east and west. The east side has a sergeant, the west side has a sergeant, and then the lieutenant is the watch commander. So when he's on duty, he's the watch commander, he's the end all be all unless the patrol major is on duty.
And tell me if I'm right. Ultimately, Lieutenant Kennedy moves to CID. Is that right?
So whenever he came to shift, he was on shift, I don't know, a little over a year, year and a half, and then he went up to CID.
Do you remember when that was?
I do not. It was 2023, I believe, maybe late spring, early summer, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we're going to talk about this, the district court incident.
Correct.
Was that in August of 2023?
Yes,
Was
correct.
Lieutenant Kennedy at CID at that point?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, you were not under his command.
No, I was not. My husband was.
Okay. On you, how long had it been, again, using the district court situation as your reference point, how long had he no longer been your watch commander?
I'm not sure. I think it was late spring, early summer, but I'm not sure.
A matter of months.
Possibly, yeah.
So still watch commander over you at some point during 2023?
I believe so, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Now, let's get into the complaints that you have with Lieutenant Kennedy. And we'll start with the one that I have heard clearly about. And let me telegraph something to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is my one opportunity for you and me, for me to ask you questions, all right? You understand this?
Yes, sir.
Got it. They get to come up and ask you questions when I'm done, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I don't want any surprises when they come up again.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you every complaint that you got about Lieutenant Kennedy, okay?
Okay.
First one, let's go with district court. Remember this one?
Yes, sir.
All right. As I understand the scenario.
Council Hendrick, can you pull that mic down just a little bit? Thank you.
Better?
Much better.
All right. August 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is, officers are showing up for district court,
Correct.
correct? And it's a typical district court situation. Lots of officers, you guys get there early, I think at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But what people arrive up until court comes in, so not everyone arrives right at 8:30.
Sure. And then and you tell me if this is typical. It's typical in my experience when I've appeared in front of district court. Judges are going to come in later, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe he gives the prosecutors time to organize things.
Yeah, and so this is sort of like DWI and misdemeanor court, right?
Yes.
And so deals are being worked out between prosecutors and defendants or defense lawyers that morning,
Right.
right? And that's why the judge comes on the bench later, is to let the lawyers do their thing.
Correct.
Okay. In the meantime, the officers are there because you don't know whether you're going to get called up to testify or not, right?
Right.
All right, so you're there in response to a subpoena.
Yes, sir.
And there's some waiting around.
I don't know if I was subpoenaed, but I was on the docket to appear.
Got it. And how many, do you have a recollection of how many officers were there that morning?
I do not, but probably 14.
It's a bunch, and I know what you're referencing, and we'll talk about it. But a bunch, it's typical, show up at district court. We don't know whether they're going to testify or not, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is there, a bench, and the officers all sort of sit along a bench?
There's chair, like, kind of like chairs that go up and down,
Sure,
stadium type seating.
I understand.
I don't know how else to explain it, but there's a main seating section, and then the majority of the officers will sit on the south wall where there's a single row of seating. There's also a single row of seating on the back wall, which is on the west side of the courtroom.
And Officer Keir, tell me if I get this right. So you're sitting in one of those folding chairs, correct?
Right.
Sitting to your right is officers Short and then McCormick. Did I get that right?
Yes, I'm not sure when they arrived, but at some point, Officer Short sat on my left, and then Officer McCormick sat next to him.
Okay, they're on your left.
Correct.
So your immediate left is Short,
Correct.
then McCormick next to him.
Correct.
And at some point, Lieutenant Kennedy comes and sits down to your right.
Yes, sir.
Are there other officers in this row?
Not to my recollection. There are officers in the main portion of seating, and then there are officers on the south wall with the single row of seating,
Okay.
which there's a large space between the back wall and the side wall of single row seating, and a large space between the back wall and the main seating area.
I think I've got the image.
Okay.
Or at least close enough.
You should come visit court.
I will come. I've been to Conway PD. I know who the judge was in this case, and so let's talk about that. At some point, your allegation is that Lieutenant Kennedy, who are you looking at?
My husband's somewhere in here.
At some point, your allegation is that Lieutenant Kennedy said some inappropriate things. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me go to the end of this. It's because of these alleged comments, ultimately you feel like are being retaliated against by the Conway Police Department, or at least its command staff?
I can't. This is what caused me so much fear to be here, because I don't want to talk about this. And I don't know. There have been some things happen that I would consider retaliatory, yes.
We'll
But
get
I
there.
don't know overall if I have deserved the way I've been treated or not, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll get there, officer, okay? Now, let's go back to end time. Alleged inappropriate comments are made by Lieutenant Kennedy to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're sitting next to Short and McCormick on one side, right?
I'm sitting next to Short.
Sitting next to Short. McCormick's not there at that point?
He's on the other side of Short at some
Yeah.
point.
Okay, all right. And walk through me. Some mention by Lieutenant Kennedy about drugs?
He was saying that the judge's girlfriend smokes weed, and the judge probably does too. And if he doesn't now, that he probably would when he retired, was what that comment was about.
Okay. You okay?
I am, yes, thank you.
All right. Then there's a comment of a sexual nature that you say Lieutenant Kennedy said. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was about the judge and what he was doing before court and why he was late.
What did he say?
That he was back there fucking his girlfriend. And then I don't know if he said later on tonight or later on this evening. And I believed he was going to continue with that line of conversation. So I asked him to stop.
Okay. This is August 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So comments of a sexual nature. You end up alleging that was sexual harassment?
I just asked to have a conversation about it. I didn't allege anything.
You made complaints later on that this was sexual harassment, correct?
I requested after the department would not give me a path forward. I spoke with HR, Lisa Mabry, and I sent her an email requesting to speak with her about comments made by Lieutenant Kennedy in district court that were of a sexual nature. That's what I sent her.
I understood you talked to Lisa Mabry about quote-unquote sexual harassment and that you were the victim of it.
I sent her that email that said exactly what I told you. I came into her meeting and explained that situation in detail. She looked at me and told me it wasn't sexual harassment. I said, okay. She told me there wasn't any path forward. It wasn't going to be reopened. It was resolved. It was done. And then I proceeded to tell her more information about my relationship with Lieutenant Kennedy and also my relationship with Lieutenant Kennedy in reference to Brittany Byrd.
Counsel, I think we covered all this the other day. Plus, it was all in the paper this morning, so I think that
Was it? It was in the paper? I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, that's fine. I don't think I saw the paper today. So let's get, if I could continue then to walk through this. What we ultimately know is you don't make a complaint against Lieutenant Kennedy after the alleged comments are made, correct?
Correct. Lieutenant Kennedy found out about it and sent an email to the chief, and then the chief approached me in a confrontational manner and then initiated an AI.
And that AI was initiated by Lieutenant Kennedy.
He sent an email to the chief. Now, I don't know what the technical initiated. I don't know if by definition it would be the chief that by definition initiated it, or if because Lieutenant Kennedy sent an email requesting it, I guess it's mincing words, but I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at.
Now, that's fine. How did you have access to this email?
To which email?
The email you're talking about, Lieutenant Kennedy saying, investigate me.
I found out about it way, way, way later after the fact.
Okay, secondhand knowledge.
Right.
I understand. All right, the AI investigation is conducted by Sergeant Holloman, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any complaints against Sergeant Holloman?
No, sir. Oh,
Okay.
well, you mean complaints like as a sergeant, like against him as a person?
Is he part of the conspiracy to retaliate against you?
I have no idea.
Okay. A review board is conducted, correct?
A review board?
Yes.
Was not informed of any review board. It was very unusual. So I was informed of a review board of an AI that happened right around, like, I think the review board was set for August, like 20-something. And that one, I wasn't even really involved very much, but I was informed that the investigation was complete and that there was a review board. In other AIs, I had been informed that there were going to be review boards. I was not informed in this AI that there would be a review board.
And you felt that you should have been?
No, at the time, I didn't even realize what was going on, honestly.
You ultimately find out about the review board's conclusions, correct?
Yes, after I emailed OPR.
And it was unanimously unsubstantiated against Lieutenant Kennedy, correct?
Correct. They said it was like he said, she said. They spoke to 14 people who didn't hear it. And yeah.
Yeah. And that made you unhappy. The disposition of this AI against Lieutenant Kennedy did not make you happy, right?
I didn't really care about the AI. I cared about accountability. I cared about my reputation being sullied by Lieutenant Kennedy calling a sitting judge that I appear before regularly, and there being no resolution to those issues. And the fact that I would have to continue to be around Lieutenant Kennedy at times, and again, there was no accountability or solution or anything to that matter.
No accountability in your opinion, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I felt like there could be more done to uncover the truth and hold either myself or Lieutenant Kennedy accountable, whoever was lying. And that was the point that I made to Chief Harris repeatedly.
And so then you go complain to Sergeant Holloman, correct?
I went initially to understand, what the disposition of the AI was, because I hadn't been told. I didn't even know it was completed. So I went up to his office to have a conversation about how it was ended.
Yeah, Sergeant Holloman conducted the administrative inquiry, right?
Yes, sir.
You were unsatisfied with the results, correct?
I didn't know the results at the time. I went up to OPR.
You find out the results and you go complain to Sergeant Holloman, correct?
No, sir. I went to OPR to find out the results.
Got it. At what point do you go complain to Sergeant Holloman?
I'm in Sergeant Holloman's office with my husband, and we're having a conversation about the AI and how it was concluded. He was explaining to me basically that it was Chief Tapley, and he told me that whenever I was unsatisfied with the unsubstantiated conclusion, I was asking him about how they came to that conclusion, and that I was unhappy with.
You were unhappy in this meeting?
I was unhappy that in my initial interview with Sergeant Holloman, I explained to him, he asked if anyone else heard it, and I explained to him what I've explained to the court about the seating. I explained to him that I believe the only person who could possibly have heard it would have been Short, and I think I said him by name, but the people sitting directly next to me. And so I was unsatisfied with the fact that they had drug 14 officers in there which would only contribute to rumors and gossip and all of that. I didn't think that was a adequate investigation for something.
Yeah, so you're questioning Sergeant Holloman about the integrity of his investigation.
Correct. I was going to have to be branded, in district court as someone who starts rumors about judges and is a liar. And I was unsatisfied that they were not exhausting every possibility for a resolution.
Got it. Ultimately, Sergeant Holloman says, look, go talk to what's then Assistant Chief Harris, correct?
After his only explanation he could provide me was it's Chief Tapley's decision. He said, you need to come speak with the chief. So we did.
All right, so you go meet with then Assistant Chief Harris, correct?
Correct.
And you were upset.
Yes, sir, I was. I was very upset.
And he told you he did not appreciate your demeanor or your tone, correct?
Correct. He kept referring to Chief Tapley and saying, I'm not Chief Tapley. I'm not the former chief. You're not going to talk to me like that. There was no compassion. There was no empathy. There was no real drive to understand what was going on with me and why I was so upset. It was more of, I'm the chief now, and you're going to respect me.
And it was Chief Tapley's decision, correct?
Correct. Chief Harris was assistant chief at the time.
Yeah, so I'm curious because you've already told us that you were upset during this meeting. Chief Harris says, I don't appreciate your demeanor and your tone. Describe for us the approach you were taking to your superior officer.
Questioning the investigation was my approach. Questioning why a CBSA wasn't done and begging for him to allow me to clear my name.
You've just never dropped to this, have you?
Sir?
You've just never dropped to this issue, have you?
Never dropped the issue?
Yeah, you keep pressing it. You keep pressing it.
Up until what point? This point where I'm in his office?
No, ultimately, I think you end up talking to Sergeant Sweet about it, right?
So I'm unclear when you say press. I was drug into the Chief Tapley's office before the AI. I was put under Garrity in the AI. I was never informed about the conclusion of the AI. And so then I wanted to go have a conversation. I would not call that pressing the issue. I would call it being informed about an issue that was very traumatic for me.
Right. Bottom line is investigation conducted, review board meets, claim found unsubstantiated.
I was
You do not let it go.
I was not informed. I
Right.
had to go up to OPR to find out that that was the conclusion. So it's not about me not letting it go. It's about me being informed. I think I may have been, I don't know if I was the subject of that IA. I'm not sure. But I guess looking back, I probably was.
Ultimately, you meet with Sergeant Sweet, correct?
I believe he called me in his office.
And said essentially, Rachel, drop it.
He told me that Sergeant Holloman had come down. He told me that Assistant Chief Harris had come down. He was one thing about Sergeant Sweet was he was always understanding and kind to me. So I was very open with him and expressing my frustration with the conclusion and that I had no path forward to resolve the issue. And he told me it's done, it's over, there's nothing that can be done.
Excuse me, Counsel, I think you've made your point, and then I think we just need to move on from here now.
And if I could get direct answers to my questions, it would be going smoother. So let's go to your next complaint. I understand it's about a Christmas party.
Are you asking if I made a complaint about it?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you being critical of Lieutenant Kennedy. And we
Okay.
know the district court story, right? You testified, I just think earlier today, something about a Christmas party.
Yes, there was a conversation about the Christmas party.
Are you being critical of Lieutenant Kennedy about some story involving the PD Christmas party?
I am being honest about the position I was put in at that time that was uncomfortable for me.
I'm sorry. The question was, are you critical and complaining against Lieutenant Kennedy relative to a Christmas party?
I'm not sure where, I was uncomfortable when he made a joke about Officer Byrd when she wasn't there. So that's what I was discussing, was my uncomfortableness in that situation, which was not uncommon at that time on shift.
All right. Do you have any other complaints against Lieutenant Kennedy?
I did not ever file a complaint.
You've never filed a complaint against him?
No.
Okay. But you're here in court complaining about his conduct, correct?
Yes, sir.
Testifying, to decide whether investigation. Witnesses.
Objection sustained.
You believe Lieutenant Kennedy is retaliating against you?
I don't think I said that. I don't think he likes me. I think he enjoyed making me uncomfortable.
And here's the disconnect that I'm having. I'm hearing, and I know the commission is hearing you and what you're saying about Lieutenant Kennedy, and that it ends up being retribution against you. Is that right?
What are you, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm trying to summarize your testimony.
I know, and I'm not comfortable with your summary.
You tell me, is it your claim that that Lieutenant Kennedy and the CPD has been retaliating against you for what happened in district court?
I think you would have to understand the way the department works for me to be able to answer that question. A lot of times the retaliation is not direct. So I don't know why what has happened to me has happened. I can't give you all those answers, but yes, I feel like the whole eval thing is a pretty clear example. Because they could have written me up at the time and documented it, and they didn't. They chose to do it in a manner to give no context to the situation.
And I'm just trying to understand the logic of your testimony. Is the essence of it, I made a complaint.
Can you approach?
You want to see if mine?
My objection was, she's here as a witness. She's answered the questions repeatedly. He wants to say she filed a complaint. She's answered she didn't file a complaint a number of times. Not filing a complaint doesn't mean you can't testify about facts, and that's all she's doing, and he's being argumentative and badgering her because he doesn't like that she won't say, yes, I did file a complaint. She's tested. If he doesn't believe her, that's fine. That's up to you all, but you don't have to file a complaint to be a witness.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the same thing you just sustained a while ago, didn't you?
Yes, it is.
And he went right back to it.
I would, whatever comments we're getting from, I'm gonna call it the gallery. I think we can kind of keep them to ourselves. That understood? Or you will be removed.
If we can, we need to take a break so that we can get all the mics fixed out there. Let's make it about a 15-minute break.
Do you still have it? That's all right. I'll just show her mine. So this is the in-car display, your experiment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just answer me this. If you hit, the display says okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you hit okay?
I don't remember on this circumstance. The way that this recording was triggered was not the way I was trying to trigger the event. I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure how I accomplished this one, but once I couldn't trigger the intended screen, I started playing around with what I was doing.
Did the dash cam ultimately come on?
Again, I'm not sure. I don't remember because I was doing different things trying to see what would happen. I'm not 100% certain.
I guess what we do know is the dash cam is going to come on regardless of this on-screen display if you hit your lights and sirens, correct?
Correct.
If you hit your air horn, the dash cam is going to come on, right?
In most of the units, I'm not sure if some of the older units do that, but yes, in
Okay.
my unit, it does that.
Let's move to April 13th of 2025, the mass shooting at the park.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were day shift that day, correct?
Correct. Correct.
What were your hours?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. So the shooting occurs at 7:45 p.m. You're off duty.
Correct.
You never respond to the scene.
Correct.
Were you at home when all this happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you even know about it?
The first I knew about it, I was on social media and started seeing things, and I thought it wasn't real.
Incomprehensible. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I completely understand. You, however, were at the park earlier that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Around 4 p.m., you went to the park to monitor the activity and monitor the party. Is that right?
It was later than 4, like 4:30, 4:40, somewhere around in there.
Okay.
I started trying to get there at 4.
And I was trying to figure out where I understood that you entered the west parking lot of the park. Is that right?
So I'm not sure how they're referring to everything. It's the southernmost parking lot, and it has an entrance on the west side of the park, I would say, yes.
I'm going to hand you the mic. Would you just trace your route through the park? See that?
So
Yeah. Do you have north, south, east, and west?
this
Yeah.
is Fifth Ave. I think, would this be the parking lot, or
I don't think so.
I'm not sure where the parking lot is. I was on Fifth Ave and I entered from the west side of the park.
Got it. And how far into the park did you get?
So where's the park? Is this it right here? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, it says that on there, my bad. It's just a little bit confusing because it doesn't have like where the parking lot is and the entrances and stuff like that, so it's hard to show. I entered the southernmost lot. It has a west entrance. I entered and then went south in the parking lot and tried to go back east where it L's, but I was unable. There was just a lot of movement, a lot of cars, a lot of people. So I did like a 3-point turn and came back to the entrance of that parking lot. So there's cars on both sides of the parking lot. I parked in the middle so that I wouldn't be blocked in. When I was done making contacts, I could leave quickly, or if something happened, I could leave quickly.
Got it. So part of your travel through the park was in your patrol vehicle?
A very small portion, yes.
Then you got out and actually got in the crowd?
Correct.
And you
Well,
Good.
the goal was to make my way to where the largest collection of people were and start making contacts. I did not get to do that to the extent that I would have wished to.
Did you make contact with citizens while you were outside of your car?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. That's good. Can you give us an idea of generally how long you were in the park?
Till I was directed by Sergeant Gray. I mean, I was on scene either in the park or across the street at the entrance to the church until we were all called back to the police department around 5:15, 17:15, or 17:20, somewhere around there.
So in the general area of the park for about an hour?
4:40 to 5:15, 5:20,
At least 30 minutes?
at least.
And how much of that time actually inside of the park?
I couldn't say exactly. So once I, made those contacts, I was directed to take other action by my sergeant, and then I was directed to go to the other parking lot across the street. So I really don't know how long I was in the park.
That's fine, but you were there monitoring and checking out the crowd, correct?
That's what I wanted to do, yes. We were more addressing parking issues at that time at the direction of our supervisors.
At the time you were inside of the park, you found the crowd, quote, pretty orderly, correct?
Again, I really didn't get to make contact with any large groups. I only was able to make contact with 2 small groups on either sides of my patrol unit, and both groups, which were smaller, was like a 4 or 5 group of females and I think 3 or 4 group of males. The females were very nice and friendly. The males didn't really want to talk to me, but they were fine. Yeah, everybody that we told to move their cars, moved their cars. The party, I would not say it was a party at that time. It was trying to form into a party at that time.
This is around 4:30, you're saying?
Around 4:40.
Okay. And I can cut to the chase on this. I've reviewed your first interview with Lieutenant Kennedy.
Yes, sir.
And I think it was within 2 or 3 days of the shooting. Is that right?
I'm not sure, but yeah, that seems correct.
All right, follow along with me. And if
Yes,
we need
sir.
to look at your interview,
Okay.
we will. But I wrote down from your interview that you said the crowd was, quote, pretty orderly.
The people I interacted with.
Okay. You didn't see any guns.
No, sir.
You didn't see any alcohol.
No, sir.
You didn't see any drugs.
No, sir.
Everyone was, quote, according to your interview in the 9th minute, polite and cordial.
Correct.
You saw no reason to shut the party down.
It's not that I didn't see a reason. So historically, I have worked parties at that park. In 2022, they put an all call out for overtime because of this party series. I was the only patrolman that volunteered to take that overtime, so they called out SWAT, and I was assigned to ride with a SWAT officer, and there were several parties going on at that time, and we stayed on scene and monitored them all, and they were not shut down. So that's the history that I have of Conway PD dealing with parks and parties and parks. So when I was questioned by Lieutenant Kennedy, that was where my answers came from. That's my experience.
I think I understood your testimony. You were giving us a history of your experience in working parties.
Right, which is the only, as a very young patrolman, that's all I have to go off of, is
Sure.
how I've been told to handle it in the past and how the department has handled it in my experience.
I understand. Did you tell Tom Kennedy at the 13-minute mark of your first interview you saw no reason to shut the party down?
Correct. I didn't see anything illegal, which I guess is what they were getting at.
Continuing on with this, you were asked about when you write incident reports, do you describe the route that you took to whatever it is that's happening that you're responding to?
Generally, no.
And what you said, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said, but if I'm in pursuit, I include the route.
So a pursuit report is different in a lot of ways than a regular report because you have to document every turn, every, impactful thing upon your path.
So if, for instance, there's a pursuit happening with a car with gold rims allegedly fleeing this park on April 13th, if you were in pursuit, you would write in your report, here's the route that I took.
that anyone was in pursuit of the gold rim vehicle.
I actually have understood this whole thing to be about a suspicious car with red, gold rims. That's why Bird took a left, thinking she was doing secondary pursuit to that car.
Overruled.
So does that mean you want me to answer it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if that had amounted to anything, yes. I do not believe I would have included it. So when there's something like a shooting, a lot of traffic comes out on the radio. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. And if it didn't come, came from it, I don't believe I would have had a reason necessarily to include it.
All right, to be clear, if you're in pursuit, you write your route down in the incident report.
Right,
Correct.
that would mean you call out on the radio, 589 Conway traffic, say it came from a traffic stop. Then I would tell them, Conway, they're not stopping, I'm in pursuit. That's how you and every other officer, dispatch, supervisors know that you're in pursuit. Now, there are times when officers are patrolling or doing whatever where they think they may have something, or they think they may be a car slow rolling them or doesn't stop immediately. And you start to think, okay, maybe this is going to be a pursuit. But at that point, it's not a pursuit until you call it.
Okay. You're familiar with the policies and procedures of Conway PD.
I like to think so, yes, sir.
And are you familiar with policy 800-5, emergency operation of departmental vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that you run code 3 in an emergency situation? And let me be fair, let me show this.
Where's that part that you're talking about? Okay. Would you like me to read it? I mean, what's the question?
Sure. The question is, are you familiar with the policy and were you trained in the policy?
Yes, sir.
And it says code 3, emergency, correct?
Yes, sir.
An emergency is a call for service where a life-threatening emergency currently exists. Am I reading it correctly?
Yes, sir, or a violent crime is in progress.
Something like, yeah, life-threatening. Violence is going to be life-threatening, right?
Yes, sir.
Officers responding code 3 shall respond expeditiously to the location of the emergency by the most direct means, using all emergency equipment with paramount consideration for the safety of the public and the assigned officers. Did I read that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were trained in that policy, correct?
Correct. We
And
all
this-
are.
Yeah, and so this is a mass shooting. This is an emergency situation. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. It was big. Are you going to ask me more questions on it? Okay.
All right, let's start narrowing this thing down now. And I'm going to go over your disciplinary records. You have been disciplined by the Conway Police Department before, is that correct?
Yes, sir. There was a time when I tell people they ask me about my write-ups, and I tell them I compare it to ice cream. I've gotten every flavor, but never the same one twice.
And I understand I heard your testimony to be, I got no disciplinaries in my first 6 months on the force or the last year.
So I was referring to my time on patrol. My first 6 months on patrol were good, and then after that, things started to go downhill on patrol.
I'm going to mark your disciplinary record as Exhibit 20. I've moved for admission of 19.
I just note that was not given to us beforehand, but I'm not gonna object to its introduction.
Can I address the commission?
Yes.
I understand what they're doing and that they want to discredit me. I just feel like I'm about to be publicly embarrassed, and that's their intention. And I really don't know how this is going to really change anything. I haven't been written up in 2 years. My lieutenant says I need to be a training officer. We've all been disciplined, and I just don't know that I want the city of Conway hearing my entire history with the department under these circumstances, but I understand if it's necessary.
I would also point out, Mr. Chairman, if any member of the public asked the city of Conway for these documents, they would not be releasable under the Freedom of Information Act because they did not result in a demotion, termination, or suspension. So if the Democrat Gazette or the Log Cabin Democrat or Channel 7 or anybody wanted to walk in and get them, they would not be allowed to. Secondly, they're not in and of themselves indication of things that would affect her credibility. So there is a certain privacy level of her. So I'd point those considerations out to the commission on whether to make things from over 2 years ago, and then you get into remoteness. I mean, heck, if I have a felony conviction, it's been more than 10 years, you can't use that against me under the rules. So I would object in behalf of Ms. Keir on what she expressed.
And I would say, I know he's probably going to say it goes to my credibility, but if the department or the city thinks I'm not credible, I think they would have fired me by this point, and it would be notated in my current evaluations that
Excuse me. That person needs to be removed. I already gave a warning a while ago. I don't know who's making these comments out there, whoever it was. Who was that? Okay. Sorry, ma'am. We're not going over statutes right now. I just made a comment that if anybody else made a comment, they'd have to leave. So that's what we're going to do right now. We'll discuss laws later. Thank you.
I just feel like this is done to make me look bad.
And just a quick response.
I think we don't really need to disclose any of that in public since it wouldn't be open for the Freedom of Information Act anyhow. So
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
And Chair, I would simply note this, talking about her privacy interest, she has done nothing but try to discredit Lieutenant Kennedy on YouTube and in front of you guys for starting Tuesday and going into today. She had no regard for his privacy interests, and all of a sudden she's concerned about hers.
I was subpoenaed to be here and asked questions I'm forced to answer, sir. I don't want to talk about Lieutenant Kennedy. I never do.
And there's one other issue. One of these resulted in an administrative inquiry in which she was suspended. That's a public record.
We can discuss that
Thank you, officer.
if the commissioner feels it's appropriate. I'm okay with
Okay.
it.
you may go ahead with the questioning.
And I'll get through these very briefly. I think your testimony was you didn't get any discipline for at least 6 months into the force, is that right?
Like I said, I don't know how it was worded. My intention was when I was released onto the street, done with training, we're not going through everything, are we? Are we back at square one?
Officer, are you going to answer these questions or no?
I just did. I was not given any written reprimands the first 6 months of my time on C team, I believe.
You began your career on May 4th of 2021, correct?
Correct. But when I was released to C team was the time I was referring to.
Sure. Those first 3+ months, you were in training academy at CPD, right?
Are we going over all
Ma'am,
written?
how can I get you to answer a
Commissioner,
question?
I thought we weren't doing this. I'm sorry.
Chairman, and she had agreed that when there was a suspension, that would be under the FOI available. The rest of it was not going to be gone into since it was not available. That's what I understood the ruling, the chair to be, and now we seem to be going outside what I understood the ruling to be.
Here's where I'm going with this. She received a disciplinary within 3 months of being on the force while she was still in the academy. That's contrary to her testimony.
Again, I
Mr. Chairman,
explained why I answered it.
It's, you, and I wanted to go certain places and you wouldn't let me, and I honored your thing. Now, we're getting into a re-argument of it. I thought the ruling was no disciplines, no history other than the one she got a suspension for, since it would be subject to the FOI. If we're going to retry this, we're going to try each and every one of them.
And if I may make one brief comment on that issue, on the issue of the disciplinaries. Ms. Keir was questioned on these exact disciplinaries in this civil lawsuit. That was public record. That deposition was not filed under seal. That's out there. So Ms. Keir is very aware that these are issues that were presented in that case. She was questioned on every single one of them, and that was a public record. So for her to come in here and take the stand and now try to tell this commission that she doesn't have to, her credibility doesn't have to be questioned with disciplinaries, particularly ones that are public, that's a problem.
In the deposition, as you well know, the law allows much broader questioning. It's not, but many things asked in depositions are relevant in a deposition, but it's not going to be admitted in the court by any judge in the United States unless it meets a basis for admissibility. Now, do we want to go into all the other people's investigations, reports, complaints, and be here another 2 weeks?
And my point was simply that that was public, that it was in a deposition that they went through everything, was not under seal, never placed under seal by a court. And so this information is out there. It's been out there for over a year.
I was not aware of that.
Ma'am, if this helps, I've got the list. I was going to go on this date, you were disciplined for this. Boom, 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 go through. I think there are 7 of them.
That's kind of a tough decision.
Commissioner, if I may.
Hold on, please.
You're not, I'm sorry, but you're really not allowed to.
Yes, sir, I understand. I'm sorry.
But I think I've been advised, as long as it has not, I mean, it has been gone through with and not under seal or anything, that you can proceed. So I think overruled on that then.
I know I'm not allowed. I have a question, though, for you. Can I ask a question?
Then I think you would need to go through your attorney first and get,
Can I speak with him?
yes.
Well, just for the record, to be clear, they are not her attorney. Is she going to go seek private counsel?
We can recess at the end. We'll recess, get her a private attorney, come back tomorrow or whatever, or we can, whichever way she wants to do it. Technically, I'm not her lawyer, so I would ask that there be a recess.
Yeah, I do object to
Okay, we got-
their counsel giving their witness advice in the middle of an examination.
Okay, that overruled.
So let them confer.
I think we probably just need to get on with it. So if you want to just come back to the witness stand then.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Who's Thomas? Is it K-N-O-O, pardon me, K-N-O-P-P?
Knopp.
Knopp, not Knopp.
Knopp.
Thomas Knopp, date July 29th, 2021. You received was essentially a 219 for criticism of department and superiors. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And it had to do with some bad feelings you had with a superior officer, Sergeant Tucker. Is that right?
Yes, there was an incident.
Got it? And you received a 219 for it.
Yes, sir.
You were critical of a superior officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I went to the chief about it.
And, all right, I'm trying to limit this so we can get through it. That was July 29th.
Opportunity to go through full context.
I'll be happy to do it. I was trying to get to the point, like I told you I was going to, but we want to get into the merits. I've got the documents. We'll introduce them as a record.
I don't know that the disciplinary action, just as long as you can get, just ask if, were you disciplined on this date and that date, and then just move on from that, I think.
That's exactly what I'm trying to accomplish. July 29th, 2021, you were still in the training academy at Conway Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
You received a disciplinary for criticism of department and superiors for criticizing openly your superior, Sergeant Tucker, correct?
I had a conversation with two senior officers in the parking lot after a training where Sergeant Tucker screamed at me in front of everyone. There were several things that led up to that, but yes, sir. He was my husband's sergeant at the time.
Right. And if you want to get into it, you confronted Sergeant Tucker in your training, right?
So I was the class leader.
Did he confront you or did he not? Or did you confront him or did you not confront him?
I confronted him on his behavior towards my academy class.
And to use your exact words, you said to your superior officer, quit treating us like fucking idiots.
I did, yes.
Okay. And you received a disciplinary for that, correct?
Not for that specifically, no. Afterwards, after we dealt with that issue, things were fine. I came up to him after the fact to smooth things over. He, I guess, doesn't do things that way, and he started screaming at me. I went out into the parking lot and was talking to two senior officers, and I told them that he had ruined the west side of B team because they were having so many issues, and he was having his own personal issues, which later led to him being sent home from work for speaking inappropriately to a female. It's just context, sir.
Yeah, and so the context is you want it to apply to everybody but you. You don't want to ask questions about your disciplinaries because of your
I
alleged
think
privacy
we've
concerns.
gone enough on this, so please just.
Move on. August 21st, 2022, written up by Sergeant Philip Sweet, failed to secure a firearm.
Yes, sir. Major Smith had just been assigned to patrol. We generally keep the armory open. The first year, you have to check out a shotgun every day on duty, and you have to return it to the armory. Until Major Smith came down and took over patrol, we were allowed to enter and exit
Excuse me,
the
ma'am, let me
armory.
stop you 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And on your question, I mean, it'd be best if you just answer yes or no and just not go into all the detail on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, that was August 21st, 2022. You're still new as a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
January 26, 2023, Supervisor Lieutenant Tom Kennedy it violated responsibility for private property.
What's that
Remember
about?
that?
I don't remember that. What was that in reference
Sure.
to?
I'll refresh you.
Oh, the cell phone on the bumper from a dope arrest. I do remember that.
Okay, I was correct.
Yes, sir.
X219 dated June 19th, 2023, violation of emergency operation of department vehicles. You remember that one?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
drove fast and didn't turn on my lights.
Written up by Philip Sweet, correct?
Correct.
And you were not authorized by a supervisor to exceed the speed limit because you were not the pursuing officer, correct?
Correct. We did not have a supervisor monitoring Channel 2, and I asked for permission and nobody responded.
Got it. July 22nd, 2023, violation of rules of conduct. Employees shall report for duty at the time and place required by assignment or orders and shall be physically and mentally fit to perform their duties. Do you remember that disciplinary?
Yes, sir. I had a class that I forgot about and showed up for work that evening.
Just yes or no, please.
Oh, I'm so
Don't
sorry.
have to
I'm
go
so
into it.
sorry.
That's fine.
All right, September 20th, 2023. Unsatisfactory performance 219 by Chris Padgett, your lieutenant, correct?
I do not remember that one. Can you show me?
Sure.
I think this is in reference to the early warning system email I sent 8 hours late. That's correct.
You were put on the early warning system, correct?
Yes, sir. Around the time that I was having the issues with Lieutenant Kennedy and all of that.
And you were on the early warning system until what, March of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm hearing, going through disciplinaries with you, and you not accepting responsibility for any of this. You're shifting blame to everybody else. Do you agree with me?
Objection, is
No,
that
sir,
a
I'm
question or is that a statement? If he wants to testify, fine, but that is not a question.
The question ended with, do you agree?
So
Question
I feel like if we're going to my character, it's not that I fully take accountability for every mistake and I fix it. That's why I haven't been written up for the same issue multiple times.
The objection sustained on it, so
Now, let's get to the one that you got disciplined. You were suspended for, I think, 12 hours. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'll refresh your memory. This was September 1st of 2023. I'll show it to you.
Oh, I remember. It was a big one.
It was a big one. You got a guy falsely arrested, right?
Yes, I forgot to delete a ticket. Yes, sir.
Twice. You did it on a woman, too, and a false citation was issued for her, too, correct?
I don't know. I was not disciplined on that.
Did that
I
happen
don't
or no?
remember.
You don't remember?
That is, it says that someone came in advising that. Yes, sir.
What happened is you got the wrong guy. A citation was issued for him. An arrest warrant was then issued for him, and the warrant was executed, and this guy went to jail, and he was innocent, right?
For 30 minutes, yes, sir.
For 30 minutes, he was in jail?
Yes, sir. He
That's
did,
insignificant to you?
no, it's a big deal.
An innocent man in jail for
It's a
30
big
minutes.
deal.
It is a big deal.
It is.
And you got disciplined for it,
I
correct?
did, yes.
And then you wrote the wrong identification number down on a completely different person, and that person had a warrant issued for her arrest, correct?
That's what the paper says, sir.
It's true, right?
That's what it says.
Yeah. Are you disagreeing with this paper?
No, no.
Okay. Yeah, luckily, she was able to get the warrant recalled before another person of yours got arrested and falsely imprisoned.
Right, are we doing
That's
context?
speculation, and, you know, you letting him go into the records now, he wants to editorialize about what could have happened. So I object to that.
Why don't I just
line of question.
introduce this as an exhibit since it's public record?
I didn't object to the record. I'm objecting to your editorializing about what could have happened.
Objection sustained.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes, it was admitted.
There was discussion, it was not introduced.
I think he's admitting it right now.
Oh, okay. I don't think that Robert had heard that, so I wanted to make sure. The incident report, Mr. Newcomb?
Oh, the incident reports are just the one with the 3 days. I object to all of them except for the one on the 3-day suspension. I mean, 12-hour suspension.
Happy to do what y'all want me to do. Right. And so to make sure that we're all on the same page, the document that I'm referencing is the one that is an official public record because there was a 12-hour suspension. Discipline was imposed, open and available under the Freedom of Information Act. This is the one involving the guy going to jail.
Overruled.
So we'll mark this as 21. Nineteen has been admitted. Yes. Yeah. Okay. You got it. Twenty is, well, I'm moving for the admission of it now. It is the disciplinary that results in an administrative inquiry and discipline. So you recollect that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me give you a copy. Have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes, sir.
All right, this involves discipline as a result of the guy getting falsely arrested, correct?
Correct. The
That went-
citation wasn't deleted.
That went to jail.
Yes, sir.
An administrative inquiry was held, correct?
Yes, sir.
A review board meeting was held, correct?
Yes, sir.
Unanimously, the review board voted to sanction you, correct?
Yes, sir. I was disciplined.
And is that the early warning system too? You were suspended for 12 hours
Right. The
Right.
early warning system.
and then put on the early warning system on top of that?
Correct.
Explain to us again what the early warning system is.
I don't really know how to explain it, but basically, if there's a reason, the department can put you on it to, if you're having, I guess, write-ups or something like that. There's different things that can trigger the early warning system.
It's, as I understand it, essentially probation trying to teach you how to do your job right.
Essentially, I'm not sure if that's how I would describe it.
Give me your description.
I would say it's a tool that is used to discipline officers.
And you were subject to it.
Yes, sir.
Am I at 21? My next, if it's admitted 21. All right, performance evaluations, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to be fair, I'm going to go through your commendable reports too, okay?
Okay.
All right, but let's talk about performance evaluations. As I understood your previous testimony, you said that you were given a bad performance evaluation after the incident there with the district court and the comments Tom Kennedy allegedly made.
I was given a needs improvement and then written a comment about my interaction with Chief Harris and Sergeant Holloman.
Yeah, let me approach it. You recognize that as your yearly performance evaluation for 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who is your performance rater?
Philip Sweet.
Generally good marks, don't you think?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't go into her performance evaluations on direct, as I remember. And further, these are not being
I don't
normally
think your
used.
mic is on. Or it should-
It's not working. I'm sorry. The several things. One, she's been on the witness list from very early on. All these documents are now being produced that were not produced pursuant to the rules of this committee, that any evidence you're going to use, you disclose prior to the hearing, or you will not be allowed to use it. They can't say she was a surprise witness, and that now we're going through her job evaluations. What is the purpose of it that has any relevance to the issues before the court that she testified to? So I object to its introduction. If we're going to go through all the performance evaluations, I don't want to hear any complaints out of them of it taking too long.
Quick response. Her direct testimony was this: I received a poor performance evaluation for the year 2023 because of the district court incident, when in fact, this shows that she got a poor performance evaluation after she was subject to the discipline and the administrative inquiry for getting the guy falsely arrested. It goes directly to her credibility.
Sustained.
So don't go there.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Correct.
Commendable action reports. You have been commended during your career, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And do we have a copy I can? In case you need to refresh your recollection, I've given you a copy of that. You see the first page?
Yes, sir.
Commendable Actions Report. The date is October 6, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
See date of observation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just briefly, you're being commended over a guy, essentially, it was at a traffic stop, and another officer was involved. Red flags were raised. Ultimately, people were arrested.
Yes, sir.
And you got a good review in this one, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, third paragraph, no one thinks about the officer at the rear of the car when a case comes to fruition, but I do. Did I read that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's from Lieutenant Tom Kennedy, correct?
Correct.
So Lieutenant Tom Kennedy is giving you a favorable commendation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second one, Sergeant Bowling gave you a commendable action report on March 5th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Had to do with a guy getting arrested for felony stalking.
Yes, sir.
The next one, and you'll see now we're changing forms. This is a Form 1. It's still a commendable action report, correct?
Yes, sir.
This was from Philip Sweet, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was basically figuring out that a vehicle had been stolen out of Houston.
Yes, sir. It was a VIN swap.
Got it. Next form, looks like it's from August, although it occurred in July 30th, 24. Philip Sweet gave you a good review for helping out a possible domestic abuse victim.
Yes, sir.
The next one occurred on June 9th, although report is dated August 4th, 2024. You were commended because there was a guy resisting arrest. You realized he'd resisted arrest before, and he got arrested and taken into custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Philip Sweet again did that, correct?
Correct.
And Philip Sweet gave you another good review. It looks like the date is August 4th of 2024, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that had to do with a couple of things. You picked up a guy that had no gas, you bought him gas, and you took him home, right?
Correct.
You threw a birthday party for a grieving brother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you participated in the Books and Badges program, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The very first one of those was written by Lieutenant Tom Kennedy, who you have been critical today as being a sexual harasser,
The
correct?
one from 10/6/22.
Mhm.
Yes, sir. In
Okay.
2022.
We're on the subject of Tom Kennedy and what you've testified to today. Do you have the document? Do you have this in front of you? Performance evals?
The end of the year eval 2023? Or which one?
Date of evaluation 12/6/22.
No, sir, I don't have that one. Thank you.
All right, you see it 12/6/22. This is your performance evaluation form, correct?
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman, I thought we skipped the performance evaluations, but I might be mistaken.
And I'm
On
not
your
going to go
ruling.
through what my concern is showing to the commission who's actually giving her favorable reviews.
I think when you read all those earlier, that did make the point that she has gotten several commendations and everything. I think we could probably just move on from that then.
If I can touch on these briefly, and I'll be selective then, because they specifically involve Lieutenant Kennedy, who is the subject of her accusations.
That's, Sustained.
So don't go there.
No, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Kennedy was at one point your supervising officer, correct?
Yes, sir. Here's my lieutenant.
And he has given you favorable recommendations, favorable evaluations before, correct?
Yes, sir. All my supervisors have.
Yeah. And specifically Lieutenant Kennedy, because he's the subject of your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of what you're trying to tell us is that you're getting punished for sort of bringing Lieutenant Kennedy to task by making inappropriate comments to you, correct?
I don't know that I would say it that way.
How would you say it?
I mean, the way I already have in my testimony is like that what happened, happened, and then afterwards, what happened, happened.
I think the nature of your testimony is that you're being subject to retribution over this district court comment, correct?
I believe when I was asked if I felt like the documentation was retaliatory, I said yes.
Yeah, retaliation by Lieutenant Kennedy.
I don't think I specified that it was specifically by him.
Fair to say you've been critical of Lieutenant Kennedy, have you not?
I have told, yes, I've told stories that I think most people would view in a critical light.
And so the man that you've been critical of has spoken well of you, correct?
At times.
In these performance evaluations, right?
At times.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Break for lunch.
Counsel, how many more witnesses do y'all have to call?
For the entire hearing, we have 2 lieutenants, about 7 more.
Okay, and do you know about approximately how much time on each one of them that you will need?
If co-counsel and I can both address you, because we kind of split up who we're calling,
Right.
and those that are left are primarily her witnesses or Alex's witnesses. So I would hate to start guessing when I haven't worked that witness. If that's
I
agreeable.
understand.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what information you would like. Our next one is going to be Mr. Blake Papera, Papera. He's a tow truck driver. I would not anticipate that his would take very long. Kind of depends on the length of both cross-examination that might be.
I think my direct would be about 15 minutes.
Okay. And probably the rest of them around that same time or more, probably.
The next one is Dusty York, and I think she's probably going to take about an hour.
Real quick, I got a question to ask, Chair Chairman. Mr. Newcomb, you do have a rebuttal, correct?
Do you have a redirect?
Redirect? I'm sorry, yeah, okay. I just make sure we didn't forget you.
It's also the lunch hour, and I didn't know whether you're going to go into it, but I would say at 15 minutes would be my redirect, and we got the rules down that we don't get another recross. Neither one of us.
I think once we figure out what they do, I think we let Mr. Newcomb go ahead and finish. That way we can let officer go and then we can take lunch. I'm a big boy, but I'm not that hungry right now.
I just have a couple of questions. Let me have, yes, I do, the letter of accommodation. Andy wrote. Officer, want to hang letter that put you on. Mention. You look at it, would you tell the members of the commission the date of it?
10/6/22?
10/6 of 22?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, after, you also talked about the events, I'm going to call them at the courthouse. With, again, Kennedy, the comments, we're not going to go through the comments for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the date was of that?
August the 31st of 2023?
So your complaint about the conduct of Lieutenant Kennedy and the retaliation that you complained about didn't start till almost a year later after this letter of commendation, correct?
Correct.
Has he written you any letters of commendation since you made the complaint about him?
No, sir.
No other questions? Told you I was going to be quick.
Can I just apologize for overspeaking earlier? I'm so sorry.
Fine. You may be dismissed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, if you want to go into the witnesses, I guess we can, or whatever the commission wants to do.
They're just trying to get some times down so we can kind of plan ahead too also.
Well, I know we have the two lieutenants, they, from what I know, Pageant and, who's our two lieutenants, Pageant and Matthews, the two lieutenants that were on duty on Sunday, the 13th, both before the and during the shooting. The radio operator, she might take a little bit just going through all of them. Then our data expert, then retired Major Wood, and then the Miss Bird.
Okay, do you know approximate time, maybe around about the time that you're going to need with each one of them?
The length of time of examination and cross-examination, I just didn't want to make sure you weren't asking about the time of day I need.
Yeah, no.
I would say that the lieutenants together, let's say an hour and a half, direct and cross, that's a guess, but the radio person, possibly an hour direct and cross. The Bart Nelson, the data person, probably a couple of hours. Lee Wood, I'd rather lie to you long than short, and I'd say, possibly 2 hours with him. And then Miss Bird, a day, just how I don't think we would take a day, but with cross-examination and that, I don't think we'd do it in a half a day. So somewhere between, a lunch break and maybe not a full afternoon, but a partial afternoon. That's my guess. I try to always give these type of estimates on the long side. I'd rather be wrong that way than
Correct, yeah.
be short.
Understand.
So, and you just kind of caught me flat-footed on it, so I'm, a little bit. I talked with the co-counsel during lunch, and reserve the right, if I may, to come back and modify my
Estimations.
estimations with a little bit more reflection.
All right, I appreciate that very much. And let's go ahead and break for lunch. Come back at 1 o'clock. Council, whenever you're ready, we'll be ready to resume.
It's going to be Blake Papera. Seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Blake Papera.
Mr. Papera, you be advised that you are on under oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Will you please state your name and occupation?
Name is Blake Papera. I'm a tow truck operator and assistant manager at Hilton's Wrecker Service.
How long have you been at Hilton's?
Right around 7 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
I tow vehicles and I assist the office.
Did you work on April 13th, 2025
Yes.
out at Fifth Avenue Park?
Yes.
Why were you there?
To tow vehicles.
Do you know what time you got there?
Right around 7:07 p.m.
Where'd you park when you got there?
in the funeral home parking lot.
What did you see when you first got there?
Fifth Avenue Park, along with the funeral home parking lot, was completely covered up with cars.
And so then what did you do?
I exited my truck. I went across Central Landing to a parking lot where I saw an officer sitting in his unit. I approached him. I asked him if he would assist me over into the crowd because I was going over there to tell everybody that I was going to start towing vehicles.
Can you show us where you were whenever you
Yes.
ran into the officer?
You can see the funeral home directly across the street. There's a parking lot. The little L shape, yes, right there. He was sitting right at the exit.
And so you were walking into the park and you asked for help, and what was his response?
He told me that he had already attempted to go into the park and tell people to move their vehicles, and told me good luck.
Okay. Did you ever approach the crowd or the pavilions at the park?
Yes,
And why was that?
I was giving everybody the opportunity to get their vehicles before I started towing them.
When did you get to the pavilion area? You got there at 7:07. How long did it take you to get to the pavilion?
Right. I don't know what time I got to the pavilion. I was over in that area probably 10 to 15 minutes.
Did someone go with you?
No,
And why not?
I do not know why he didn't come with me.
You played the video. And so this is a video where you interacted with that officer we're talking about. You see the cop car coming in that far lane right there?
Yes,
The
yeah.
SUV, okay. And it's gonna go out of the picture, but the white car is gonna stop behind it, so it's safe to assume that that car stopped. Thank you. lasts for about 45 seconds to a minute. And then I think you'll see yourself. You'll have to tell me. Okay. Who's that in the black shorts and the white shirt?
That's me.
And was that you having a conversation with the officer that we just talked about?
Yes.
Do you know what his name is?
No.
What do he look like?
White male, heavier set, has a beard.
Okay. So where were you when you spoke with Officer Watkins? Because that's who it was.
Oh. You're asking where I was at when I spoke to him?
Yeah, I mean, is that the parking lot that we just pointed at on the aerial view?
Yes.
Okay. And then was he inside or outside his vehicle when you asked for help?
Inside?
Did he ever get out?
No.
Do you know where he went?
I have no idea.
Did he advise you that he had been told by a citizen that there were guns in the park?
The officer that I spoke to?
Yeah.
No.
You know Brittany Bird?
No.
So she was an officer on the scene. That's her. Was she present when you asked Officer Watkins to accompany you to the pavilion?
No, she was not.
Did Officer Bird get to the area after you did your pavilion walkthrough?
Yes.
And what parking lot was that where you saw her after your walkthrough?
The funeral home parking lot.
Okay, and then we've got shots fired, obviously. Were you still at Fifth Avenue Park?
Yes.
When you heard the shots, what did you observe everyone do?
Everyone started running in all directions.
Can you describe this scene? I think the video has, done some justice. We've seen a lot of video, but we describe what it felt like to you.
Like I said, everyone scattered in all directions. It was like a wave of people just trying to get away from where the shots were fired.
And again, where were you?
When the shots were fired?
Yeah.
By my truck in the funeral home parking lot.
You were in the same parking lot as Bird and Riddle, another officer, right?
Yes.
When the shots were fired, you probably tried to get out of there. Can you describe how that went?
Shots were fired. I took cover on the other side of my truck. I had to turn my truck around.
Because there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah, there was traffic. There was traffic. I was going to exit the parking lot. There was an officer in front of me. I had to wait for, it was a city truck in the exit of the parking lot. He had to move out of my way, and then I could, essentially I forced myself out into oncoming traffic so I could leave the scene.
And when you pulled out, where'd you go? Which direction?
I turned left.
Turned left. Same thing Officer Bird did, right? You're talking about out of the parking lot? You turned left?
Yeah, out of the parking lot,
And
I
then
turned left.
The next intersection is a roundabout.
Roundabout, I went
and
left.
You went left there. And which way did Officer Bird go?
Was she the officer that was in front of me?
Yeah.
She went right.
And you went left, which was the opposite way of the park.
Yes.
So right would be towards the park.
Be towards the park.
How long was it between shots fired and you being able to leave, maybe get to that roundabout and make that left?
I do not recall. It felt like quite some time.
When the shots were fired, Bird and Riddle were helping tow cars, correct?
Yes.
And I know we've played this video a million times, so I apologize to the commissioners, but let's take a moment and watch. So, if you'll watch this video with me, Blake. The shots are fired. You see him running back to, you see the two people running back to their cars?
Yes.
Okay. They were pretty far distance away from their cars when the shots were fired, weren't they?
Yes.
And Riddle's car was closer than Bird's car, right?
Correct.
You back it up. You remember how far apart the two police units were? 'Cause
I do
we
not.
can't see hers in there, so I don't know how far back it was.
Yeah, I can't give you an exact distance, but I know that the other unit was behind his.
Okay. Right behind, I mean, a little bit of space.
I can't recall.
No. Did both officers have the same conditions when trying to exit the parking lot? And we might want to replay. I was talking. Officer was going to be the first one who makes it out. Can you identify yourself in this picture?
You can't see me, but I'm on the other side of my tow truck.
I see you're over there. Okay. So you had a pretty good view of what those two officers were doing.
Did I have a good view of what they were doing?
Yeah, you're right next to them.
Yes.
And then my question, and I'm going to have you watch the video one more time, is were the conditions the same for the two officers as they left the parking lot? And will you go ahead and hit play? Riddle looks like he's getting in his car. Unimpeded path out.
And I need to stop counsel right here. What council's doing is testifying as to what's in this video. Now, if this gentleman, Mr. Papera, has knowledge of what happened on that day,
Strike
on what
that,
he
I'll
saw,
rephrase my question.
hang on what he saw on that day, then he is welcome to testify to that. I would ask that counsel not testify as to what's contained in the video. Mr. Papera can see it, and he can state for himself what he observed.
Did Officer Riddle made it out unimpeded, correct?
And I would now make an objection for leading. Let the witness testify as to what he saw. Don't lead him through what you are seeing.
I believe we made that objection.
I
numerous
believe we've
times.
made that objection numerous times. Now the pot's calling the kettle black. She led every witness. She examined Mr. Hendricks, did too, and now they're complaining about it, but thought it was all right. I think that's hypocritical. We should be allowed to lead since they were.
Mr. Chairman, may I add? Mr. Chairman, may I add? We've seen this at least 15 times. We, as the commission, understand the conditions that day. We know they were horrible. We've seen how many times that these officers left the parking lot. We understand, we get it. We feel that this is redundant because we get it. We know the conditions. We know how hard it was to get out of the parking lot. We know the timing. We know all of that. So this is redundant.
I understand that. I think it is too, but you know, they had 5 days to present their case, and you let them present their case, and that's all we're asking for. I'm trying to make this quick. And I'll skip those other questions. So we'll move on. They know what's happened in the parking lot and any obstructions. The police department seems to have characterized Officer Bird's actions in that lot as just sitting there. I mean, almost as if she's in park. Do you think that's a fair statement?
No.
All right, well, let's move on. This will be my last question. Last little couple questions. Did you see any pictures of any suspects of the shooting on Facebook after the fact?
Yes.
Can you tell me about it?
It's a black male. He had a white wife beater on. He was what I'm going to call pavilion number 2.
Is this when you were when you first got there and were doing your pavilion walkthroughs?
Yes.
And so after seeing his picture as a suspect, you said, oh, I saw that guy.
Yeah. Yes.
Told him I'm going to tow his car.
Yeah. I spoke to him directly. I told him that I was going to tow vehicles. His vehicle was over there. He didn't care.
And you were by yourself.
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Well, now knowing that Officer Watkins knew there were guns, kind of pissed off. I had my fiance, my 2 kids were over in the truck when bullets started flying, and bullets did hit the funeral home building and one of their vans that we were close to.
Okay. So they hit the funeral home building. Can you tell where the shots came from? Precisely?
Not precisely, just the general area.
Okay. And this is my last question, I promise. Did anyone from the Conway Police Department ever contact you regarding this investigation to see what you may have seen or heard?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pepera.
Good afternoon.
My name's Annie Depper, and I represent Conway Police Department in this appeal hearing. Want to chat with you about a few issues, and the first is really to understand where you were located, right? It's my first time to talk to you, haven't been able to talk to you before, but let's put on a video, and I want you to identify where you are in this video, okay?
Yeah.
And it's a different one than opposing counsel played for you. So if we can, we're going to need to hook it up. We are going to pull up what's been marked as respondents, I think, Exhibit 11, which is Officer Riddle's dash cam. And the reason I'm playing that, I think it will give a good perspective of the tow trucks for you, Mr. Pepera. We will start playing at minute marker 2350. And we can pause right there if we can. Mr. Pepera, are you in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell me, it appears there is a gentleman in the middle of this image with a white shirt and black shorts. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the tow truck that you're working with there?
Yes.
And that is a Helton's tow truck, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's keep playing this video if we can. I'll ask you while it's playing, is this, it appears to me, correct me if I'm wrong, is this kind of towards the end of that tow operation? It looks like there aren't very many vehicles in there.
It was towards the end.
And did you know at the time who the two officers that would have been on the other side of your tow vehicle, who those officers were?
No,
Do you know sitting here today who those two officers were?
I do now.
Is that you running?
Yes,
And what happened to get you start running?
shots were fired.
Did you realize those shots were coming in from the park?
Yes.
And we can stop there. And I told you this is an exhibit that's already been admitted. This is Respondent's Exhibit number 11, I believe. And this would be Officer Riddle's vehicle. So was he able to get around you at that time?
Yes.
And is that, you referenced a street vehicle. Does that appear to be in front of Officer Riddle, the street vehicle that you were talking about?
Yes.
Now let's play that same Rock Solid Church video just to make sure I have an understanding of where you were at what time, because your testimony depends on where you were at what time. Now we've seen it over and over again.
I'm gonna have to object to this. This is the exact video that she had a problem with us watching, and Commissioner Morris accurately stated we've seen it quite a few times.
All I'm using it for is to understand where Mr. Papera was. I've never been able to talk to him before. He made some statements about Miss Bird's response out of the parking lot, and I would like to know where he was at that time. We did not play the portion that I would like to see, and I believe what we will see is him leaving the scene before Miss Bird did. That is all I'm getting to of what knowledge he has and where he was.
I believe my direct examination was limited to where we didn't get to go to that point.
Well, I would just, one brief response. The direct examination, Mr. Papera offered opinions on whether he thought Miss Bird was impeded or not in leaving the parking lot. So I think it's important for us to have an understanding of where he was, what he was able to view.
That's what I did not get to talk about, the exact thing.
I'm just trying to say where he was. That's it.
Objection sustained.
So I cannot go into it.
Well, is it pertinent information?
Yes, sir. I think the point of it is he's coming in here to give testimony on what he says he observed. It is important for everyone to know where he was located when the incident occurred. And this video gives the best showing. We saw the beginning in Officer Riddle's video, and you could see portions. This one does show, you will be able to see where his truck goes at the time before Officer Riddle and Officer Bird leave the parking lot. That's important to either support his testimony or show that he wasn't there when certain things happened.
Okay. Overruled.
We can continue to play it. And again, Mr. Papera, is that your tow truck is in that upper center portion, is that right?
Yes.
And is that you getting into the tow truck?
It's me telling my kids to get down.
Okay. Is that your tow truck driving away?
Yes.
Where is your tow truck at that point?
I'm turning around.
So will we see it come back into the scene?
Should.
And again, I'm asking you because I haven't been able to talk to you before, so this is helpful. Is that you?
Yes.
Were you going to the back portion of the parking lot of the funeral home?
No.
What portion of the parking lot were you turning around in?
I believe it was like halfway down.
And if we can rewind a little bit. So is that There's an officer in front of you, correct? Can we
Correct.
pause? Did that officer turn right or left?
Left?
And then is that your vehicle behind that officer?
Yes.
Earlier, I think you testified that you saw the officer in front of you go right, but based on this video, that officer went left, correct?
Earlier I said she turned right at the roundabout.
Okay. Helping me clarify your testimony. So left here, and then you're saying the officer who was in front of you turned right at the roundabout.
Correct.
And that would have been right onto 6th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Traveling west on 6th Street, correct?
I believe so.
That's fine. We both know she went right on 6th Street. Okay, we can move on from there. Helpful to know where you were. And at the time, you're telling me, at the time, you didn't know which officer was which. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sitting here today, do you know which officer was which in terms of their unit?
Of their unit?
Which officer was in which unit? Do you know?
No.
At that roundabout, 6th Street roundabout, you said the officer in front of you went right, correct?
Yes.
And which way did you go?
Left.
Okay. So that you no longer saw that unit after you went left in the roundabout, correct?
Correct.
So that unit, you would have no knowledge of their further response route, correct?
No.
No knowledge of when that unit made it to the park, correct?
No.
You said on direct that you did not know Miss Bird. Is that correct?
Correct.
We've got some questions there and maybe have bad information, but I need to check it out, okay? Helton's Record Service, it's owned by Bill Helton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your fiance, might get this wrong, I think is Kendall Helton. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is Kendall Helton's relation to Bill Helton?
Granddaughter.
Does she work for Helton's Record Service?
No.
There is a woman named Shelley Young or Sissy Young that also works for Helton Record Service. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is she related to Mr. Helton?
She is.
Do you know a woman named Rhonda Young?
Yes.
Is Rhonda Young related to Sissy Young?
Don't know. I believe so.
Were you aware sitting here today that Rhonda Young is Miss Bird's mother?
No.
Prior to today, had you ever had any interactions with Miss Bird?
No.
Prior to today, we know that the attorney who questioned you was Alex. Have you spoken with him prior to today?
Yes.
And what'd y'all talk about?
About Brittany and her response in the parking lot. Things that I did when I was on scene.
Did he provide you with additional information other than what you remember from that time?
No.
Did you talk with Angie Bird before your testimony today?
Yes.
What did y'all talk about?
Not much, about basically the same thing.
Did she give you any information about the incident that you didn't already know?
No.
Speak with Brittany Bird before this?
No.
Ever spoken with Kelton Smith?
No.
Do you know who that is?
He's an officer for Conway PD.
How do you know that?
I worked on the scenes with him.
You ever worked a scene with Officer Bird before?
I cannot recall. I work a lot of scenes with a lot of different officers.
If I may just have a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You're dismissed.
And you're still under the rule, so you can go, but don't talk about the case.
we're going to call Dusty York.
Ms. York, will you say your name, please?
My name is Dusty York.
Dusty, do you be advised that you are under oath?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And is this one that you said was between an hour and a half?
I think she'll be pretty fast.
Okay. So good.
I'll try to answer quickly.
We're okay, plenty of time. We're just, between some other folks, you're going to be faster than others, is what I mean by that, okay? All right, if you'll please state your name, introduce yourself to the commission.
I'm Dusty York. I'm a team lead at the dispatch center.
So what does that mean, team lead?
I'm a supervisor on a shift.
So how long have you been in dispatch?
I've dispatched for 6 years, but I've been with Conway PD for 2.5.
And especially in terms of talking fast, I know dispatchers can talk
Sorry.
really fast.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I just thought we're going to slow it down just a little bit for me.
I'll breathe.
I listen slow. Good, Carl's not in here. I won't have to hear about that later. Were you working on or about April 12th and 13th of 2025?
Yes.
Now, who was the most experienced dispatcher that weekend?
Me.
Probably still is, huh?
On my shift, yes.
Couple of basics that I want to cover, because not everybody has the same level of experience as you do. Some of the equipment that you use. Describe what is a radio audio log.
So that's obviously our radios, whatever traffic comes in to, on our channels, it logs it from the officers or vehicles or whenever we talk to them.
So this is officers talking to dispatch or dispatch to officers.
Yes.
And is that in what I call real time?
Yeah.
So it's not when you put it in, it's when it happens.
Yes, it's whenever it goes.
Now, what is a CAD system?
It's where we add calls, we add notes, traffic stops. It's where we log our information.
So, for instance, this particular case, we're going to have a CFS report that are going to include CAD notes. Is that right?
A call for service.
Right. So the CFS report is the call for service.
Yes.
Somebody either calls in and says, I need help, or they're wanting some response from law enforcement. Is that right? What does it mean when we have a self-initiated report?
That means an officer is the one that wanted to start that call.
In relation to these two particular systems, when you're making notes in there, who's making those notes?
The dispatchers. I will say officers can make them in their cars, but most of the time it's us.
Okay. And when you're making those notes, I see sometimes there's a time frame put on it. What does that time actually reflect?
Whenever we put the note in.
So if we have any type of discrepancy or difference between what we hear on a radio versus that note, what should we be paying attention to on the time?
The radios, most likely.
So let's talk about Saturday, April 12th. You said you were working that particular day?
The nighttime, yes.
Okay. So you were there for all of the festivities that particular night. How would you describe that night compared to others?
It was pretty chaotic. We had a lot of calls at that time.
And what types of calls were you dealing with?
Lots of loitering, maybe some disturbances, parties, just a lot of people, a lot of places.
Are you aware of particular party that ended up being shut down by Conway Police Department?
Yes.
Was it after that event that you started having these other calls all over?
It was the whole night. It
Okay.
wasn't just at that time.
Sunday, April 13th, what was your shift that day?
6P to 6A.
Prior to getting to work, were you made aware of a party that was going to happen that day?
Yes.
Tell the commission about what you know.
We obviously, we look into things at dispatch. We are nosy. That's our job. And we had found the flyer of where it said, they were going to be at Fifth Avenue. So we knew about that. We'd seen it.
At that point, when you saw that flyer for the Sunday Fun Day, did you put that together with the events for Saturday?
Yeah, it was from the same person who posted the party. That was at Toad Suck.
When you got to work then at radio, so that would have been 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Were you aware of, well, let's back up a second. What is a non-911 call?
An admin call. Like they call the admin lines and report something.
Okay, so if it's not an emergency, come right now. People in the public can call and make a complaint.
Mhm.
Did you have a number of those on Sunday, the 13th?
I believe whenever I came into work, they had already had a number of them that they were dealing with that were on the board in the previous shift.
Understand. Did you get more of those through the evening?
Yeah, we did.
Were those all over the city? Were they in a
They were
particular
mainly in
area?
the area of Fifth Avenue.
The area of Fifth Avenue Park?
Yes.
And did you guys put people on those calls? Tell me what that means when we put somebody on a call.
So, Conway separated into different areas and there's area officers. So if there's certain calls, so many people are assigned to go to that. So if it's a traffic problem, you might pull one officer and they'll go in the area and they'll see if something's going on or not. And if it's like a disturbance, there'd be multiple that would go to it.
And what does it mean then to be dispatched?
It's whenever we hail that officer and ask them if they'll go to that call.
And sometimes you just put it out there and say, hey, what's an available unit? Or do you try to figure out who's close?
No. It's zoned off, so there's specific ones that our CAD system would pull. That would be the closest unit coming on for that area.
Now, I noted some of those phone calls for that particular evening also included conversations with Brittany Bird.
Mhm.
Did you have those phone calls with Brittany Bird?
Yes, we had, I think, a couple.
Will
in
you
regards to
describe
it.
those? I'm trying to get the time frame and the substance of those calls.
I know at the beginning of shift, she knew about it and she was getting with the supervisors and we were trying to shut it down. I know that we had talked about the keys that shut down the park. We obviously were contacting the local businesses to see if they wanted anybody removed from their property and I think the street department for barricades so that we could get them moved.
Was that around the time? All right, we have a lot of things and we have to share a cord.
No,
Do you know what the time frame was for those phone calls with her?
like how long they lasted or like what time it was at.
The time frame.
They were probably only like a minute or two, maybe 5 minutes max, where I was running traffic on PD1.
Does the time frame like 6:49 p.m. or 6:50 sound close in time or accurate?
Yeah, that probably would have been at the time because they would have been getting on duty and being able to like go out on the streets after shift briefing.
And do you know where she was when she was having those phone calls with you?
At the PD because she hadn't went anywhere yet. Like we were still trying to get a hold of the necessary people.
And who were the necessary people that you guys were trying to contact?
Like the pastors of the churches or anybody in the area that didn't want anybody on their property because you have to have their permission or before anything.
And I realize in that
The street department.
where that park is, we have two businesses. I'll call it a business, the church
Churches,
and
houses,
then
residents.
the funeral home. Is
Yes.
that right? Was
Yeah.
there any other business that was being contacted?
I think we mainly were focusing on the funeral home and the church at that time, trying to just one at a time.
Around that same time frame, did you have interaction with Officer Watkins?
I know that he keyed up, and if officers are in the area of something, usually with dispatch, we put them on the call, even if they're not assigned to that call, in case anything happens, so we can log their traffic. So just from his general traffic and talking to other people that I knew were at the park is why he was assigned on there. I don't think that we directly spoke.
What information did you log about him keying up and saying something around that time frame?
We have cameras at dispatch. We were watching Fifth Avenue, the ones that were up, and he had said, "Oh, there's people running," and we saw it on the cameras because all of us had them up, and I logged that he said that, and that we confirmed it by seeing it on the cameras.
Right, and if I can approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you, that's not been marked as an exhibit, but it's to refresh your memory, having to do with the time frame that you would have logged that. So did you make that note about the interaction that you just talked about with Officer Watkins?
Yes.
And I say interaction, you didn't have an interaction with him. He put something on the radio.
Yeah, he didn't directly hail us and say it. I think he was just talking to the units that were on scene.
Right. The notation there says D. York. Is that you?
Yes.
So you made that note
Yes.
off of his radio communication?
Yes.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Did he say anything else other than what's there?
No.
And what were the exact words?
He was like, "Oh, it looks like all of them are running," I believe is what he said.
And did you make your own notation there?
Yes, that we could see it on the cameras.
At any point after that, did Officer Watkins give any more information about people running?
Not that I recall.
In fact, is there a non-audio phone call between you and Brittany Byrd at some point after that?
Yeah, I was calling her, I think, to update her about us getting in contact with the church and everything.
If we could play that, please. Yep, if I can have just a moment. I'll say I'm sorry to the commission. I thought I had made a shorter clip so we could just listen to that. And we're going to have to do some math and find it on this very long audio, so we'll just play that one clip. We need to turn audio up. Nope, we need to move forward a little bit. Okay. Take that back 20 seconds.
Yeah, we still don't know why they were running. Last night or today. A second ago, they started, you were public service, they started running. Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I got to with injury, so I'm so hard working for her.
Okay, we can stop that. Ms. Short, I'm hearing voices. I can obviously tell now that I'm hearing you talk. You're one of those voices, is that right?
Yes,
Who's the other person you're talking to?
Brittany,
Now, how do you know her voice?
because I talk to her a lot.
Well,
on the
she's an
radio.
officer,
Yeah,
right? So the 6 years that you've been dispatching here at
2.5.
Conway? 2.5 here,
Yeah.
6 total. Got it.
Yeah.
Have you interacted with her quite a bit?
Yes.
Now, something else I had heard in that was you said, I think you were public service. What does that mean?
That means that she was on the phone with somebody that was in regards to the call.
At the point in time that you had this phone conversation with her, did you have any information about why the people had run?
No.
Did you ever get that information that night?
No.
If Officer Watkins had received information and put it out over the radio about guns, would that be in this log?
Yes, I would have logged it.
Would it be on the radio audio?
If he had said it, yes.
Did he say it?
Not that I remember.
After shots fired, did Watkins go, no, before that. After that phone call right there,
Mhm.
did Officer Watkins ever go to any call?
Not that I remember.
You had said something, I realized that evening after that time frame, there was an accident.
Yes, there was an
And-
accident. Like, it was on one corner of the park. I don't remember exactly which corner it was. I think it was from the traffic problem.
Is that close to 7:34 p.m.?
Yeah.
And when you asked for, did you ask for like an available unit? How did you put that information out and put someone on it?
I think I asked someone, I don't remember. I think I was asking if somebody at the park was nearby that, and I don't think I got a response. So I sent one of the units that was available that wasn't at the park necessarily, I think.
I think you call them by their
Yeah,
number.
but their number.
Right, when we say we're calling them by their number, what are we referring
Like
to?
their badge number.
Okay.
Like they all have badge numbers.
So obviously you have a lot of memory work and you said
Yeah.
everybody's badge number. And who responded to your request for help?
2409, Pew.
Well, I realize he got put on it, but who first keyed up, the first officer after you said, hey, I've got an accident, somebody respond to me?
I don't think anybody keyed up. I think I took him and told
Okay.
him to take it.
I thought that there was an interaction where Bird actually gets on, or maybe you had asked her about something.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. The final action was Pew got on it.
Yeah, it was Pew that got on the call.
Now, we've talked about this CFS report. This is the report that went from, how did it originally start?
It was a traffic control problem.
And how did it get started?
Bird opened it, told me to open it. That way we could start calling people and getting people moved away from the park.
And did it later turn into something else?
Yes, it got changed to shots fired, and then whenever there's a confirmed shooting, we change it to shooting. And then later it got changed to mass casualty.
Right, what's the difference between shots
Well,
fired?
the PD
and
one got
shooting?
changed to shooting, and then the medical one was mass casualty. I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
There's two
let's,
different ones.
yeah, we're gonna get to that, all right? Because I want them to understand, shots fired,
Mhm.
what is that in terms of how is it different from shooting?
Shots fired is like somebody heard the shots. There's not a confirmed anybody actually was shot. And so they respond in the area and try to find it. But shooting is like, hey, we have someone that is shot. Like they definitely have been shot.
And how did this one get changed to shooting?
I believe Pew advised that someone came up to him during his accident and someone told him that someone got shot, and we upgraded it.
Right. And then you also mentioned something about fire department?
Yeah, we had to, for the fire department, there's separate calls that get made for them. And so whenever that got put on, it got put on as like a trauma call, like a shooting call. And they had a separate one.
And when was it that Pafford got on scene?
I don't know the exact time.
I can help with that. Have you refresh your memory and look at that?
Okay, like they were cleared to go on scene, yes.
Could you tell us the time frame?
1951, is that what you're asking?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
1951 is when they were cleared to go on scene.
Thank you. Now, what does that mean, cleared to go on scene?
So obviously we page out medical and everything, but when officers are on scene, they have to clear medical personnel to go on for their safety. That way they can safely extract any kind of victims.
And does that mean, hey, we've got everything on lockdown, it's all good, or we're talking about an immediate thing? When does exactly that happen?
Whoever called it cleared, they were deeming basically that the scene was safe enough for medical to come and get any kind of victim that they were near.
And they had finished the call at 7:46:14, I think it is. So time cleared, then they get there at 7:51, shortly after that. I know afterwards, things were a little hectic for a while.
Yeah.
Did you take some other actions after the fact so you would know what each officer had done?
Yes, I went through all the radio log from the time that the call started, and I logged every officer's times on the radio, what they said.
Thank you for that. I think that's goes above and beyond, and certainly is good for everybody to know. I'm going to direct you to the things that you recall or that you noted that Officer Byrd had done.
Mhm.
Now, the times that are noted on there, did you leave off seconds? Did you round up?
I just left off seconds. It's whatever the first four showed. I just put it because I was trying to get it in the call while it was still on the board.
Okay. What I want to go through then is to have you explain to the commission all the communications and the times that you had noted that Officer Byrd did, starting with that shots fired, please.
Yeah, I started it at whenever she advised shots fired, which is 1945. And then at 1947, advised 40 rounds for multiple different firearms. 1948, advised 2409 to give 20, which means the location of the victims. 1950, she advised that she was going through the grass. 1953, requested 520, which is Officer Sweet, to bring a med kit. 1954, she asked 2309, which is Officer Watkins. She asked him something, but it was intelligible, so we just put that she asked him something. 1954, advised needs to know severity and to prioritize. So she was trying to ask, like, who's where and what's going on with them. She said 10-4 to somebody at 1954. 1955, request number of total injured. And then in 1955, she advised that she had one of the victims. And then again at 1955, within that minute, she asked 586, which is Officer Smith, if the victim she was with was the same that 2409, which is Pew, had. 1956, tried to confirm that it's 6 total at the moment. She was trying to figure out how many. At 2012, she advised Unit 2107 has 2 victims that needed to be transferred to Pafford. And that's just, they were trying to identify the vehicle to let Pafford know, like, hey, that vehicle has people in it. That's not an officer. 2107 is the unit number they were in. 2016, she advised Pafford needs an escort to the hospital, and she advised any unit to do it because they were stuck in the middle of the park. At 2016, advised northwest side of park where the ambulance was parked, advised they're blocked and she can't leave the people that she was with.
Did any other officer, right at the beginning, try to understand the number of total victims that they had?
I think she was the one that was doing the main, like, prioritization of it.
And when we say priority, she the party that asked about severity of injuries?
Yes, she was the only one that I think I documented about it.
Why would that be important?
Just to know if we needed more, like, Pafford units, any medical units, because we would have to call them and advise them about how many after that, after we got the total number. And then officers obviously responding would know if they need extra med kits or if they need to bring anything from the PD, I believe.
And if we're talking about severity, do we also need to prioritize who goes first?
Yes.
How would you describe her tone on the radio in all of those moments?
During that moment, she was clear to me. I don't know if it's because of how long I've been dispatching, but I understood her and knew what was going on.
And I'm looking for adjectives, and I don't want to supply some, but, would you have talked about it being shocked, calm, scared? How would you describe it?
She was calmer than I would expect anybody to be in that moment, honestly.
By the way, I had noted that Watkins was on scene at Fifth Avenue Park at that 1859 mark, where he made the notation. Did you have him on scene before that?
I don't remember. I know he was on the call, but I don't know what time I put him on.
Okay.
I would have to look at the notes and see.
One last thing, on the CFS report, you said that Officer Byrd self-initiated. So one of the first lines on there is that it looks like she's arrived or that she's on it. What does that mean?
For this kind of call, it was a priority 3, which means that she would be in person, but due to her having to call people, we put her arrive so that anybody else in the room, like if I left the room, I was running PD1, they would know that she was busy because she's on the phone. She's public service with somebody. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's there.
All right. Thank you. If I can have just a moment. You know how sometimes you're forgetting something? I had one other question. All right, so are you familiar with Leo?
Yes.
And in what way?
She's brought him up to dispatch a couple of times. We've talked about him.
And have you ever heard Leo when there's this radio stuff going on?
Yeah, sometimes I've heard him, but I mean, as a dispatcher, sometimes you just learn to block it out, but I have heard him on the radio before.
Have you ever been around Leo and Brittany when she is either got her lights and sirens going or is running with lights and sirens?
Yeah, she showed us before. If you turn on lights and sirens, Leo goes crazy. He loves it. He knows he's about to have action, basically.
All right, so describe what that means when we say he goes crazy, he loves it, he knows he's going to see action. What does he do?
He gets ready like he's barking, like he's like in an aggressive state, like he's ready, like he's ready to go.
Is it loud?
Yeah, he's barking, like he knows, he's there.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the witness.
Ms. York, good afternoon. My name is Annie Depper, and I represent Conway PD. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Really don't have terribly a lot of questions for you. I've seen this report. I've looked at the report. It's good to hear you talk about it. A couple of quick questions. So just to make sure I'm clear, in that report, and do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I got it.
It is on page 10 of that report, and you were discussing it with Counselor Byrd, the 2309 advising that everyone is running.
Yes.
Okay. And then 2 slashes and says, can see on cameras this as well. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So that 2309, that would be Officer Watkins.
Yes.
And you are indicating that Watkins is advising that everyone is running, right? And then the second portion is what dispatch is seeing through the surveillance cameras at the park. Would that be
the
right?
ones that were up that day that we could see people running.
Okay, just needed some clarity for that. You had mentioned to Counselor Byrd that Officer Byrd at the time was, make sure I'm right on this, calmer than you would expect, or maybe sounded calm on the radio dispatch. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Were other officers that night also calm?
I think the only one that directly spoke to me for the situation was Pugh whenever he advised that someone walked up to him and said that they'd been shot.
So that would be the only other officer that you actually directly spoke to?
Except for, I think, Monty telling me to direct the net, which that's given. But
Did you sense calmness with Monty or with Pugh?
I mean, I could tell that they're a little frazzled, but that just comes with, like, time. If you listen to it, I mean, you can hear it's a different type of tone. It's calm, but it's not.
So those are the only three people or only three
That I
officers
remember.
that you remember speaking
Yeah,
with?
directly.
So you wouldn't have any knowledge about how other officers were reacting, whether they were calm, whether they were upset, because you didn't have interactions with them on the radio, correct?
Not if they didn't speak to me directly.
You also spoke about Canine Leo.
Yeah.
Which we all know Canine Leo. You had mentioned that you had Miss Bird shown you video of him in the patrol vehicle with lights and sirens on?
No, she had visited Seahawk before, and we had went out because she doesn't usually bring him in just because of how he is around people he doesn't know.
Sure.
And she had shown us. I think it was only one time that she had shown us before.
So when you say she showed you, did she get you into her patrol unit and
No,
go?
she just like flicked the lights on and he did it. No,
Okay.
and you
So-
could hear him from outside.
So she had turned on the lights. You were inside?
No, I was
dispatch?
outside. We can go outside of dispatch.
It's like I didn't know how you could hear in there.
That's
So
how
you were-
loud he is.
You were outside. You were outside of her patrol unit. Is that right?
Yes.
And she turned on lights.
Yeah, just I don't even think it was full lights. It was just one, and he will bark usually.
So that was your only time seeing Leo reacting to lights coming on. Is that correct?
With those lights, yes. Or there's also times like we have a one at dispatch so we can see partially the kennel by the Sally Port. And anytime people are signing on or like getting in their vehicles to test lights, like he barks. Like you can see it on camera.
You can see him in the kennel. Is that correct? See him in the kennel when other units have lights on.
And they
he's-
test their
and
lights
he
before
starts,
they do go on duty.
but he starts barking then.
Yeah,
as
you
well.
can see him.
Yeah. And you are not trained as a canine officer, correct?
No, I'm not trained as a canine officer.
You don't train officers or train canines for other officers, correct? Okay. Make sure I don't have any more questions. I think I'm done. No further questions. Thank you.
There won't be any redirect. Thank you very much, Ms. Short, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Up is right here, but you are going to remain, be careful, be careful. Your Honor,
Could we take about a 15-minute break?
you read my mind, 'cause we're going to get set up for our next fella.
Okay, and who is it going
That's
to
going
be?
to be Mr. Mark Nelson.
Okay, and he's going to be several hours, or,
I think he will take up the rest of our day.
okay. All right, thank you.
We'll just do it on the.
Mr. Nelson, would you just repeat your name, please?
Mark Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, do you do realize that you are under oath? Do you promise to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. And Mr. Mason, just a little bit of house cleaning. I have petitioner's exhibits number 36, 37, and 38. You recall that we have already introduced a USB drive. It had a picture of components of that. And 36, 37, and 38 are the different, if you were to click on each thing that are in that USB, you can see the components and the dates that those were added.
Okay.
I've shown those to council. I don't think they have any objection to those being introduced at this time.
Okay, they do not have, so you may introduce it.
All right, that's number 36, 37, and 38. Mr. Nelson, introduce yourself to the commission.
My name is Mark Nelson. I have approximately over 30 years of technology experience, also law enforcement experience. I also, in this county and other counties, I've investigated crimes against children and arrested them. In technology, I've produced a whole host of different applications, including GPS undercover trackers for law enforcement and other agencies, government agencies. I've also written law enforcement software as well.
Now, I'm going to go a little bit more in depth, but that was a very good synopsis. I appreciate that. Now, where do you hail from? You don't sound like you're from around these parts.
No, I'm originally from New York.
Right, but how long have you been in Arkansas?
I was just thinking about that. I'm going to say 2007-ish.
And now you said something about law enforcement. Did you used to be certified, or are you still certified law enforcement?
I used to be certified in Arkansas. Nobody holds my paper now, and in New York as well, and federal.
Are you full-time businessman at this point?
Yes, I have two companies that we run, one with my partners and me. So,
And at the same time, I understand you're going to school. What are you
Yes.
going to school about?
I'm in the School of Ministry.
And I hope that doesn't mean that you're just going to add it to the list of things that you like to do, as opposed to we're going to do that full-time and not do data.
Absolutely not. It's just me to get more experience to bring more people to Jesus.
Right. In relation to your education, tell us a little bit about that.
I have a wide variety of different. Are you referring to law enforcement and forensics, or?
Yeah, let's start with, basics. I know you've got,
Correct. We have-
college and then additional
I
things.
have a basic college. I went to, got in the field really early, started working on Wall Street. So I have a whole host of certifications in different technologies, networking, cybersecurity, those kinds of certificates. I also, in forensics, I had to bring my book so I would remember.
You have a book of your certifications?
In the law enforcement, in the forensic stuff, yes, I do.
All right, great. Tell us a little bit about that.
So from Mississippi State, a forensic course, another Mississippi State University forensic course, Regional Counter-Drug Training Academy, which is another course that I went to Mississippi for. 2008 Law Enforcement Summit under under the Attorney General Dustin McDaniels. 2009, another one from the Attorney General. 2010.
And when we say certifications, what are we referring to?
At that time, the field was rapidly evolving, and in that case, or in that rapidly evolving things of how we handle digital forensics, and it's important how we handle those. What is the metadata? And just to give you an example, the BKT killer was caught by metadata, by that data that sits under the documents. It's the things that you pull out through forensics.
That was a really good explanation. And I know that you've testified before, because part of what we have done together is going to be in relation to you talking about forensics and child cases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't want to go too in depth, but explain what you have done and testified about in relation to the data and metadata and finding folks who were involved in those kinds of cases.
In this county, the sheriff that I was reporting to, Carl, put a directive out that he wanted to actively go after child predators and people that were preying on children. And that
Online?
Online, yes.
Okay.
And so we actively created a program, me and another gentleman actively created another program, and that didn't just entail the forensic piece, but it also incorporated other techniques that we were learning in some of these summits, and we produced our own techniques that have been used for the U.S. Marshals and other agencies.
Now, is that what you're talking about, File Cop Live?
Yes, that's File Cop Live. I'm the one who developed and created and FileCop Live.
Describe that just a little bit for the commission so they understand how that works with data.
Yeah, and so when you're dealing with forensics, when you're seizing a computer, you have to be forensically sound. You can't just go and touch the data and stuff. So FileCop, when we would hit a house, we would do a search warrant on a house. We needed there would be 5 computers. Well, which had the child pornography in it? Well, we didn't, even though we had the search warrant, it would take many, many, many days and weeks to get it. And so I developed a software that would go in there, search the hard drive very rapidly without destroying any of the forensic quality. So the case would be solid moving forward.
Now, we're talking a lot about forensics.
Mhm.
Is there a simple way to explain why we need to keep metadata in a certain format to keep it secure?
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this, but digital evidence is evidence. We don't just pick up a gun that we find at a crime scene and just grab it with your own hands. There's a proper procedure how to take care of evidence. In the earlier days, one of the things that I'm quite proud of is building that quality that is currently used in many different arenas of that digital forensics.
And the idea
Digital
there
data.
with that data is, with your product, does it change anything in relation to the data? Because what do we learn about metadata? What does it tell us?
Yeah, so absolutely not. You never want to change the data because now it's just like if there was a gun involved in a crime, you don't want to be passing it around to every officer. You will want to, in evidence, have a chain of custody, and that's how we would do it. So we can take a forensic image of the hard drive, or in this case, it was the thumb drives, and then keep that, and we could work with that forensic copy without touching the data.
Now, tell us a little bit about CourtSign.
CourtSign is another product. So I took the concept of digital forensics, and your county was the first to implement it. And CourtSign is allowing documents to be signed remotely without changing its forensic value. So how do you know that you signed it and it wasn't somebody else? Like, taking a picture of your signature and copying it onto a piece of paper and, a judge or something. And that has happened. And so what CourtSign has done is it's keeping through blockchain technology, keeping it secure all the way through the process.
Tell us a little bit about blockchain. I know it leads to another question.
I'm trying
right?
not to get so technical, so I apologize. Blockchain is a cryptographic way. We call it in forensics hashing. It's a one-way cryptographic algorithm that cannot be changed. In other words, if you take a document and I hash it, I can give it to another forensic, and they should come up with the same exact hash.
Same title.
Yes, correct.
If they even change a period on it, does it change that value?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, what about having to do with GPS? Have you had occasion to create things for GPS, tracking GPS?
Yes, I have permission from 2 of my clients. So in Newton County, we developed a undercover tracking unit that about the size of your palm, and was disguised as an airbag device to track bad people doing bad things.
But the idea there is it works with GPS.
Oh yeah, it pings into the software. It uses a SIM, which is networking, phone, and it sends a very minute little data, just the coordinates and so forth, to a server, and then the server logs it.
Now, I've asked you to get involved in this case,
Yes.
and what I want to make sure that the commission understands is your unique qualifications having to do with GPS. Like in this particular case, you're going to have looked at some GPS data of vehicles. So
Correct.
that tells us coordinates.
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with dealing with GPS coordinates and how that can work within a software system?
Yes. At the end of the day, data is data, whether I'm doing reverse engineering for malware to hunt people down, or if I'm a certified expert with Ohio showing them, data is data. And so in this case, whether you're hunting somebody trying to prey on a child, you have to track them all the way, and I'm just using a case all the way from Missouri, coming on down. We have to keep that tracking live, that ping, we call it a ping, the cell phone ping. So it's important to always have that and understand that.
So is this case unique in any way to you?
No, data is data.
Have you also testified, I mean, you talked about testifying here locally, Faulkner County, they've qualified you as an expert in relation to data.
Yes,
Have you also testified on a federal level in federal courts
yes.
and other states as well in relation to data, software, GPS?
In the GPS here in Arkansas, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about this case.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, I would go ahead and offer him as an expert in relation to data, in relation to GPS data, and to all types of data that we're going to be dealing with in this particular case.
All right, you may do so.
Counsel just
You
gonna
didn't
put
have an
something of
objection,
record.
did you?
Well, as we
Good.
spoke, we're going to ask you to reserve judgment of whether he meets qualifications to render expert opinions in this particular field. That is not to suggest that Angie's going to be waiving anything, just asking you to reserve it until we're done with the entire testimony.
Okay, yes.
All right, so we're going to move forward. Mr. Nelson, how did you get involved with this case?
I got a text message, I believe, from you with 2 screenshots, and I think you were, and I don't have it in front of me, but something like, you don't understand this. And I think my emoji back was, when you sent me the images, was like a surprise face. Like, it did make sense to me.
Those images that have to do with some GPS data?
Yes,
So did you take a look at those 2 screens?
yes.
What I'd like to do is for you to first tell us, what is the screen reflecting? What data?
At the time, I didn't know this, but it's the GPS, it's the KML files that were found on the thumb drive.
Okay, so when we talk about KML, we're talking about GPS.
Yeah, it's a format. It's an XLM format that GPS uses and
Okay.
other formats use. Yeah.
All right, so in relation to that, could you please put up on the screen the 2 pictures, which were the different images that were sent to you?
Yes.
Can you please describe those for the commission? Let's do the one on the left.
The one on the left has, again, a whole bunch of dots and is 586. And the other one on the right is, again, their GPS coordinates, but they have no label or no name structure inside the XLM.
And in relation to both of those, you're looking at a Google Earth map, right? That you've
Yes.
taken that KML and put on there. Okay. So based on that information, did I ask you to come and get involved?
Yes, you did.
Well, what was step number 1? What was your involvement?
Step number 1 was to see the original. Actually, what I did, I believe I told you to stop, don't touch anything anymore.
That's exactly what you told me to do.
And then what I said was, I need the original evidence that you have. I call it evidence, but the original, you handed me a thumb drive. At that time, I made a forensic copy or forensic image using FTK. And after I did that on 7/23 of 25.
Okay. Now I'm going to call that USB 1.
Yes,
And we've already introduced into the record that that's the USB she was given on June the 30th, 2025 at the time of her termination. So did you conduct a forensic review of that USB?
Yes, I did.
So describe for the commission what steps you took and what's involved with the forensic analysis of that evidence.
So I took a forensic image of the USB drive. At that time, I ran it into a forensic tool, and the forensic tool will uncover different things such as deleted files and other data structures that could be important to people like me. The first thing that I told Angie was there was over 22 files that were deleted off the USB.
And if I can approach. Mr. Nelson, I'm going to show you what is marked as plaintiff exhibit number 39. Will you describe that for the commissioners?
Some of these files are the deleted files that I saw.
Is
I
that a
believe.
picture of the screen of the materials that you gave to us after you did your analysis?
Yeah, it says delete files. Yes, yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of your forensic analysis of that USB?
Yes. Yes, you have the zip file that was deleted as well. Yes.
I'd ask that that be introduced at this time as plaintiff's exhibit number 39.
You may do so.
One other thing before we leave this particular item, Mr. Nelson, are any of those deleted files affidavits for search warrants or search warrants?
Not that I can tell.
All right. So now, once you've done that first forensic analysis, did we get answers or more questions? What did you tell me to do?
As I was investigating the thumb drive and I was looking at the KLM files, I had more questions than answers. And so at that time, I requested that we get another copy of a thumb drive because I particularly wanted to look at the KLM files that I found very suspicious.
Now, why, obviously you've been trained as law enforcement, you're used to forensics. Why did you need to have something directly from the source instead of me touching it?
As an investigator, when you're looking at forensic stuff, you want to get as close to the original source as possible to verify your findings.
Okay. And obviously we had opened the other one.
Yeah, yes, you opened it and took screenshots, and I wanted to make sure that there was no accidental click. There was nothing that inadvertently you might have done.
Understood. And that's being thorough. So we get to a second USB. What was the date that you received that information?
I believe it was 7/30/25.
And did you pick that up yourself?
Yeah, I actually requested, Robert Newcomb asked me, and I requested that I wanted to personally get it. And I requested when these two individuals came up and handed it to me, I didn't touch it. I requested it to put into the yellow envelope and sign and seal it.
Right. Now, when you say where did you go to pick it up?
A Conway PD.
First, I'm going to show you actually an envelope, a physical. Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes, this is the envelope that the thumb drive was put in by one of the officers,
And how do you know that that is the envelope in question?
because I requested him to sign the back of it, and I signed it as well,
And how do you know it's not tampered with?
because I'm the one who opened it on a video camera. I video recorded myself opening it.
In relation to why do we sign it on the back in a particular spot?
It's the old school investigator police work that comes out in me. I did that scribble mark to ensure that it was me. And so when I hear that is me, that's my handwriting.
To be sure that nobody else takes this when you're not looking, does anything to it.
Correct.
Your Honor, I did go ahead and make a photocopy so our court reporter would not have to keep up with a physical item. I'm going to ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 40, which is a copy of the material he just identified, be introduced into the record at this time. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Oops. Any objection? We'd ask that it be introduced then.
It may be introduced.
So now we have an envelope. Describe for the commissioners, what did you do with the envelope and the items inside?
I then began to make a second forensic copy of the thumb drive that I received. So I opened the envelope, and it's a USB, so I have a special software that is still used today in forensics to ensure there was no write back on the USB. And so I ran that.
And I'm going to pause you just a second. What do we mean by write back?
Very good question. To ensure, we use in forensics something called a write blocker, and it blocks any, which is an interrupt 13 that the computer does. Writes back to the hard drive, and in this case, the USB. So I created creating a software block. Then I tested it to ensure that I would get a message of access denied. At that time, I knew it was safe to put in the evidence I got from the envelope and make a second forensic copy.
Well, I mean, it's a first copy of the second USB.
Yeah. It's first copy, second USB.
And did you perform the forensic analysis then on the GPS data that was on that second USB?
Yes, my primary goal was to ensure that the GPS data that we got on the first thumb drive matched the second thumb drive.
And did it match?
Yes.
At that point, was there any additional information that you had hoped to get on the second USB?
I was hoping to get some answers on some of the KLM files.
Right. Let's get into our KML files. And I know that based on the materials, we have a PowerPoint that we can follow along.
It's a PDF.
Okay, even better. Take us through that.
So I'm going to go to this. This is one of the oddities that I saw. So I'm using what's called a XLM notepad. It's a free open source tool. Anybody can download it. You don't have to have any special license or certificates or anything of this nature. So in the first one, the 586, and that's A. Smith, and I just used one. There's that name, we call it a name structure inside the XLM or the KLM file, but I might be referring to KLM, XLM, it's all the same thing at this point. So I'm looking at the data structure, the name. In the 504 one, there is no name. And so I found that quite odd that the name structure wasn't there.
Now, you've heard the testimony from Lieutenant Kennedy. in relation to him getting this GPS data, correct?
Yes.
The information that he testified to had to do with what he requested them pull in terms of GPS for him.
Yes.
Did that give you any additional answer as to why one of these documents would not have that name structure, but all the others do?
No, I'm still lost.
Okay. Not lost with my question, but
No, not lost with your question. I'm lost if you do something in our methodology and even in investigational stuff, you have to produce something that is replicatable and verifiable. And so you have, I believe, 4 other files that have this name structure and the date and time. And then you have this 504 one that does not have it, and the time is off.
I understand. I'm looking at the screen that's a little bit to the right, and at the top it says 504 time stamped.
Mhm.
Who puts in Bird there?
I honestly don't know, but the other oddity that I found when I was doing my investigation, the first thing, and I thought that you guys accidentally did it or something, but all the other files have, if you can see right after CDT-label, hers does not have that. And somebody could have renamed it, but it's kind of odd that all other of the files have that name structure and then hers does not. And with the other oddities,
Did you note the date that the one that is 504 or Bird, that it was pulled or saved, that GPS data?
I would have to go into my forensic copy. I don't have it exactly. I can pull it up if you gave me a second here, but yeah, I have the dates and times of that if you would like.
If you can give me 2 seconds. You probably could have beat me, but we've already introduced number 38, right? This is a picture of GPS data in relation to the date saved.
Yes. Well, let me correct you,
Okay.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
It's date modified.
Okay.
And so the reason we're looking at the date modified is because files have different attributes: date created, date accessed, and date modified. Again, because I couldn't get to their servers, which obviously they would not allow me to do that, I had to rely on my knowing and stuff. So on hers, it's 4/29 of 25 at 10:16 a.m. I have to use the inference that the date that it was created was that date. In other words, if I create a new date, if I created a filing on the computer, the date that it was created and the modified date would be the same. Now, if I go in and edit that, then it would change the modification date. So using that hypothesis, and you guys cannot see this, the other files are on 5/12 of 25 at 2:55 p.m. So those 6 files, in my experience, had to be pulled all at the same time because the time was exactly 2:55. And so I'm assuming with a Python script, their software did it. And the reason I would say that is, as I was reviewing this last night, I noticed that there was reports when they convert it, they used a Python script. I could be wrong, but I believe that that's the case in their software. So I'm assuming their software downloads it all at one clip. And that's why you get the exact time, 2:55, on all 6 of those.
Right, so we've noted that we have a difference in the way it's labeled. Did you
Correct.
note anything else in relation to, I'm going to call it anomalies?
So the first was the way it was labeled. The second was, you see where that name is? It's missing out of the 504 file.
Where it says labeled on the other one?
Yeah, where it says name on this side, and it has an arrow pointing.
Yes.
So yeah, the name is missing from the 504 file. And all 6 files have that name structure in there. And the other thing I noticed that was odd, and I don't have it in this image, and I can pull it up if you guys want to see live, but the time and date stamp.
What are you referring to when we say time and date stamp?
You see the second, it says timestamp?
Oh, in the name.
Yes, in that XLM structure, it's a timestamp. So the others have a timestamp of 14, I believe 14 something. And Lieutenant Kennedy testified that that was due to UTC, well, which I could understand. When we're hunting child pornographers, that's what we would use as a UTC time. So that made sense to me. What didn't make sense to me is on 504, her timestamp is 19 something, right on the money. So my question was, when I was asking you these questions, was, did they pull it in a different way? Because I don't understand how the time is off.
And you heard his testimony
Yes, I did.
in relation to his explanation of what he requested for them to pull. Did you get any answers from that about why it's not on Bird's, but it is everybody else's?
No.
Right now, I know that in your PDF, we have some other images, because I asked you to take a look at some other materials, like what can we tell about this GPS data?
Yeah, so, and I know for everybody has seen all this stuff, so I'm going to kind of go through it pretty quickly, and I think it's already been, I believe Lieutenant Kennedy has said in his testimony that when we gave them, he realized that we pointed out there was a 30-second difference.
Okay.
And that's that slide
So-
right there.
Briefly,
Yeah.
I want them to see the slide and explain how we got to noting we have 3 different systems noting one time, right? Or one event that
Mhm.
might have different times attached. So if you could walk them through that, please.
Yeah, I'll do it from here. So the church video, 12 seconds into the video, finishes statements, turn around and runs at 1:30 into the video. Bird is in the medium, and I'm just walking through this. Dash cam is 1946, and that's Bird's final statement. Multiple shots fired, and she's running. I believe in the video, you'll see she turns and runs. So that's 1 minute and 30, 1 minute and 30 seconds right there. And would have been the dash cam time, if you look back to obtain it, there was what we're getting here at this slide, and I apologize, is there is a 30-second difference between it.
So in noting between that church video, a little divine intervention, if you will,
Amen.
you're able to calculate what your GPS time would show her location.
Yes.
And we now have that also noted by the audio file. Is this where we get the conversion that you see at the top of the screen?
Yes, we do.
And so what was your calculations? I mean, I should put it this way. So we know GPS is one time, and then it says 30 seconds here. I want you to explain to them how this goes from each time, based on what it says there.
Well, we have a 30-second difference between the GPS and the dash.
Okay? And then between dash and audio, what's the time difference?
13 seconds.
Okay. Now, I noted at some point that's going to turn into 10 seconds. But the first time is 13, is that right?
Yes.
Now, after that, of course, you've heard Lieutenant Kennedy. He obviously agrees with you and relied upon your calculations, changed everything in relation to his times based on that.
Yes.
Did you then take all the information that was provided, meaning whether it be these 5 officers, GPS to dash cam to radio with different particular items such that we can know where each of them is located at a particular event?
Yes, I created some software to show that. I could, do you want me to show that now?
Do you want to go through this part first and then we'll go
We
to
could,
that?
yeah, we could do that. I'm just trying, I know they've seen this 400 times, so I'm just.
They haven't seen this.
Okay. So this is the location of each unit at a GPS time of 19:45 and 30 seconds.
Now, 19:45:30 at GPS time,
Yes.
is that
yes.
the time we have shots fired statement?
Yes.
And so you've noted on here each person. When we say GPS, under that, it either gives a location or it has a PT and then a number. What number is that? What's that telling us?
That's the point in the GPS location. So when we got the GPS location, the software made points. And what that helped us do is actually refer to points instead of times or locations, just an easier way.
Right. So we'll have corresponding information about that location. And then where it says dash cam, some of it says no or yes, it's running in a time frame. For instance, on Riddle there, it looks like his is the only dash cam that's running at that time. Is that correct information?
Yeah, yes, that would make sense.
And when we say yes, does that mean we have dash cam verification of this information?
Yes.
All right. And I know we have quite a bit to go through, but I know you included a slide, so
Yeah.
if you can take us through that, and they have copies in their particular files.
Okay. If you have copies, if you could follow along, that'd be great. So these are the particular points that we're referring to at each time. So this is Autumn Smith's GPS of the shots fired. Murray's location.
And these are in units, correct?
Correct. This is directly from the KLM files or the XLM files.
All right.
This is Watkins.
Kyers is how you say his name.
I was just thinking Kyers. This is Lopez.
Now, I have a question for you. I know we're going to get to that next slide, so you can feel free to put it there. We've noted Bird, Smith, Murray, Watkins, Kyers, Lopez. Did you get a GPS at any time from Officer Riddle or for Officer Riddle's unit?
No, I never received that on the thumb drive.
Or Officer Pugh?
No, I have.
Okay. So if we have noted anything in here, it's going to have to do from other information. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what's the next point in time here we're looking at?
So this is each unit at the time the person shot, and so when it says 2409 Conway, I'm over here on Vine and 5th, and I just got somebody actually been shot over here. Started statement 12:20 into the radio audio, and finished the statements at 12:26 into the radio audio.
Based on that, were you able to calculate then when we should see that same event on a dash cam and then a correlating GPS location?
Yes, we did that.
All right. And then you took a picture for each one of those locations?
Yes, I did.
Our next screen,
Location,
go ahead.
location of each unit at the GPS time of 1946 and 48.
Now, what is important about GPS time 1946, 48?
That's the GPS, from the KLM file.
I mean, is there something important about that particular time?
That's the mean, I'm assuming you're referring to point 1314.
Right. 314, when Officer Byrd gets to the median.
Correct.
So this location is a double divided.
Yes.
There's a median in between. Okay, so we're talking about when she gets to that location. So then these next screens, is that telling us where each of those people are at that time?
Yes.
And also noted, some of these have dash cams, some of them do not have dash cam running. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
This is the point of the GPS of the
Right.
1946 and 48.
Right, so that's for Officer Byrd.
Mhm.
If we can go, all right, with Autumn Smith, where is she at 1946, 48?
I think that's Hark Rider.
Okay, Hark Rider approaching within a couple of blocks of
West 6th Street.
West 6. All right, thank you.
Murray's GPS location. Watkins. Kaiser. Lopez.
All right, the next frame here. Event. Describe that for the commission.
The 504, the Bird, 40 rounds, multiple firearms, 1947 and 57 is the audio time. And then we're doing the same thing with the GPS, dash cam, the body cam, and then the radio audio file.
At the time of Officer Byrd giving that information on the radio, these next slides are going to show us where these officers are.
Yes.
In looking at the dash cam, do we still have officers who do not have dash cam going yet?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for letting us look at these as we go.
Yeah, sorry, again.
And I knew that we did not have Officer Riddle. What are we looking at here for him?
When he turned down, I believe 5th Street, you're looking directly at all the traffic and the people on the side.
All right. And did I also verify the time? Because I'm noting the,
Yes.
all right. And this is Officer Pugh
Mm-hmm.
at that same time.
Yes.
All right. Our next statement.
Yeah, Pew starts a statement, cars with gold rims, trying to leave. That's where the shots were coming from, 1948-17. And then that's audio. 1947-37, that's GPS time.
At that time, this is going to give us the location of each party.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm noting some other notations here, like Watkins on dash cam. Why do we have down something about a time for that? Is that where it helps us know? that the
Yeah,
times
I'm
are
not, I'm
correct?
trying to decode your thing here. When I
Right.
say what.
Well,
be
you
clear.
said that you included information that helps you verify GPS and the
Correct.
dates and times. So is that why it says body worn camera 1948-07?
Mhm.
Okay. Does that verify what we're seeing on other people's dash cam or hearing on the
Yeah, this
radio
is- yeah,
at
this
those
is-
times?
Correct.
right.
This is, yeah, trying to give you a sense of organization of it.
Right. At that time, where is Officer Bird?
But she's point 338, sixth between fifth and third.
All right, if we can look at that first picture. All right, thank you. At the time that we're talking about go runs, is this Officer Riddle's dash cam?
Yes.
All right, so now you've talked about anomalies, differences between these files. I've asked you to assume that this data is correct.
Yes.
Would you be able to give an opinion to this commission whether the KML data, the GPS data, is correct or not?
Yes, there's some other points here to really understand the KLM files, if I may.
Please.
So the first I'm going to show you is, this is the KML file of 504 bird going, and this is just the sense of it.
Well, and if we can pause before we play that, because I realize that's going to
Yeah.
give us an average. What I'm getting at is, did you receive any information that let you know that this GPS data is correct?
No, I'm assuming that it's correct.
If, conversely, can you give an opinion as to whether or not it was tampered with, given the anomalies that you saw?
Again, without seeing the original data, unfortunately, I can't say if it's tampered. There's just high anomalies with why it wasn't done in the systematic way.
Right, and I appreciate that. It needs to, so I've asked you to assume that it's good data.
Correct.
Based on that, you also heard the testimony of Lieutenant Kennedy that he did a simple evaluation in terms of the speed for simply Officer Bird.
Mm-hmm.
And based on that information, I know you came up with some other things that you felt we needed to look at. So explain what it is you did, what you created, and what it's going to show us.
So this is going to give you, the first one is going to give you a live representation, kind of a feel of actually what's going on. And then I have some others, but in this one, we're going to actually, and what this is this is taken off of the GPS data alone. There's no other information that I've gathered, only the KLM files, which I am assuming are correct.
And this is going to give us what type of information? What's going to be helpful to the commission?
Well, this first one's going to give you a sense of the actual flow of those dots, meaning those dots will get brighter and darker as she's going speeding up and slowing down. I have some others, ones that will help. So if you bear with me, because I would like everyone to know the route in which the KLM file, that just the raw KLM file.
Now, I realize that started at 1936.
I'm
Are you-
going to get
move
it
us
to the
forward a little?
yeah.
Okay.
So the dark blue is slow. Now you're getting into yellow. It's picking up speed. The gray is slowing down. Back to speed. And we're again to that darker blue. till her wheels hit the grass at 1950.
All right, now I'm seeing at the top there, it says playback 4-point rolling average.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you use a 4-point rolling average?
So, in my next slide will show a 4-point moving average. You get the underlying driving of somebody. It's not, you just can't do time over distance. So, for example, if and I'll do baseball. I'm not a baseball guy, but I do know that they have the average, a baseball average, and they drop some average or some things and some. So you don't get, okay, he played bad that game, it was good. And so we use the 4-point moving average to get a better understanding of the underlying driving that was actually being done. And so if I may, I have a 4-point moving average, which I'll move into next. And that drops some of the anomalies, but it doesn't negate them, but it doesn't overcorrect for them. So it's a smoother, it's 8-second snapshot into the driving of what was going on.
Okay, before we move on,
Yes.
when you opened the second USB to ask you to take a screenshot, will you describe what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 41? What is that?
This is a screenshot of the files that are on that USB.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't a trick question. That's the second USB that we've been talking about, correct?
Yeah, I know, because it says case 002-2. I know.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that be introduced at this time as plaintiff exhibit number 41.
That may be entered.
Thank you. And I know we're going to get into searchable map software in a moment.
Mhm.
We skipped ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. In relation to the GPS data that you retrieved, and I realize you created a program.
I created several programs to
Yes, you
analyze
did.
that.
So the first one I want to talk about, I realize we're going to get to this in just a second, what you just did. But we had some searchable map software. Tell the commission what that is and what is it going to show us?
You mean the software that I did here? I
Yes, it's going
apologize.
to be our searchable map where they can pick any of the people on there. They could see one person, two people, all five.
Oh, yeah. So what we did was I took the KLM files, and on the second was the overlaying of each KLM file, which is their GPS data. Again, using the same methods, the 4-point moving average, to show everybody's driving at that time.
The first thing that you created, though,
I did a lot. I apologize in this
right,
case.
that's okay. I'm going to bring you back. The very first thing that you created for this data was what? Describe that. We're going to get to the 4 points in a moment.
Okay. I apologize. There was a lot of data that I created.
Yes,
And so my terminology might be different than yours.
obviously it is.
Is there something you can?
Yes, when we pull it up on the map, we're going to have a legend on one side, and we can pick which one of the officers we want to look at their path based on the data that we were given.
Yes.
And I've been calling that a searchable map software. What do you call it?
Are you referring to this one?
Yes, sir. No, I am
No?
the very first thing that you created for
Oh,
me.
the very first? If you give me a
Yes.
second, I can pull that up. Just because I'm going to be logging in, I want to detach my computer. Is it okay?
Yes, please. Safety first. Your Honor, while he's doing that, what I have been calling the searchable map software, which you are about to see, council has had a copy of that. We had sent that to them. It's a link. They could access it. I'm going to be asking that it be introduced as number 42 for plaintiff. No
I believe
objection
you're
from
referring
them?
to this.
Yes, sir, I am. And we're going to get to that. May that be introduced at this time?
Yes, it may be.
I'll provide that on a USB for you. And then also, we've been looking at a PowerPoint, or I know you
Correct.
called it a PDF, you saved it in a different format. In relation to that, I'm asking that what we've been looking at be introduced as number 43, and it will be noted as the PowerPoint.
Yes, it may be.
Okay, what should I be calling this, since I'm not calling it a searchable map?
This is the GPS tracks.
Okay, so what does this show us? Let's pick bird at first.
Yeah, that's what I did. So each one of these, I kept on referring to different points. And if you notice, I just clicked up here, just a random point, and you'll see the time and the lat and long, which is the GPS coordinates, and the point. And this was my first, to try to solve this, this was my first. And so I didn't, when you're looking at data like this, you're just trying to get to see, is the data correct? Am I off? Is the GPS off? Something. And so what I was doing was just getting a base and then building from there.
And you had mentioned some anomalies that you were seeing in relation to, because in between each of these, right, it tells us the time between each of those locations.
Mhm.
And based on that material, are you able to give us information about speed?
Yes, in not on this one, on the other one, we then, after I verified that this was what we believe to be true and accurate from the data that they gave me on the second thumb drive, I then created speeds in between each one of these.
Now, part of what you just talked about had to do with anomalies. Like when you created the
Yes.
4-point rolling average, most of these were 2 seconds apart.
Yeah.
Did you note some anomalies? For instance, was Autumn Smith have some anomaly in relation to what your GPS was telling you?
Yes. So there was anomalies in some of them, and those are compared to like GPS jitter. And jitter is, have you ever looked at an app, like one of your location apps that you have on your phone, and you'll see that it'll jump? That's the jitter. And there's a lot of reasons for that. So there are anomalies, and the reason we use that rolling average is it takes into account those anomalies, but it doesn't eliminate them. So it eases those anomalies, so you're getting a true or accurate. So for example, Autumn Smith, there's a point, and I have to know the road here, West 6th Street, and I'm just going to put my mouse over it right here. You'll see her dash cam at 29 miles an hour, but you're hearing the engine rev. And then the GPS says that she was going something in the neighborhood of 100 or so in that area. I would have to get my other maps to see that. So we take those as anomalies. Like, we don't believe that she was truly going at 100 miles an hour. She was going fast, but we don't believe that. We believe that's a glitch, we'll call it, in the
Especially if your dash cam is staying at a particular.
the dash cam stayed at 29 miles an hour. The engine's revving and the GPS data is showing she's moving. And what we do is we're measuring in between each one of those distances.
Right, so obviously, using the calculation that Lieutenant Kennedy did was simple. I traveled this distance divided by.
Time over distance, yeah.
Time over distance, thank you for correcting me. How does that tell us anything about driving?
It doesn't. Again, the reason we're using this 4-point is we're taking mini snapshots to get the true underlying. So if you're in traffic, if you're going 100, 1 second, and then you hit a light and you're there for a bit, it's going to weigh your average. We all know this in grade school, that it will weigh your average down. And so it's not a true representation of the GPS data.
Okay, now I realize that the mind of Mark Nelson said, what else can I do? I didn't ask you to do any other type
You
of
did not.
software.
No.
What led you to think, I'm going to create something else because I want to know more?
When you're looking at data, you just can't take it you have to always assume that something, not that you're missing something, but there's more to the story. And so you just can't take a look at like one of these maps and say, okay, well, that's it. That's right. So you have to go start digging deeper into getting the true underlying statement of what's really going on here.
Right. So you were about to show us the 4-point.
Mhm.
Describe what it was that you came up with, what you created.
So this is a 4-point moving average. It takes 8 seconds because every is about 2 seconds. And so we're taking that and we're saying in those what the 4-point moving average is, and you'll see that I actually have raw, which is the actual raw speed, and the 4-point moving average. So I would like to, I know that a lot of people have been referring to Autumn Smith or Officer Smith. So I'm going to overlay her data right there.
Well, and let me
I'm
pause
sorry.
just a moment. You're great. I can't do this right here. What did you create such that we can even see this?
I created a software. I'm a software developer.
Yes, sir, you are. So everything having to do with this data and this particular image, all of this is a software program that you created.
Yes.
Right. Now I see that we kind of have a legend over here, or is that not a legend? What is that
That's just I'm from old school. It's called the key.
key?
Nothing fancy.
So each one of those boxes right now, it's empty.
Correct. And when you check it, it's going to load the KLM file and then throw the overlay down. So
All right.
may I continue?
Yes, sir.
So this is Autumn Smith's, and I just would like to touch upon that anomaly that I was talking about. I'm just going to take one of those, and this is perfect. So you can see, as I was referring, her dash cam was at 29 miles an hour, stating, but raw speed was 110. We don't believe that, I don't believe that she was going 110 down West 6th Street. So we used a 4-point moving average to really get the underlying. It says 72. So I'm going to take this data.
Well, I'm looking
I'm
at
sorry.
different colors too. Will you
Oh,
please
yeah.
explain to them the different colors and what that represents?
I apologize. So the different colors are the 4-point moving, I keep calling it 4-point moving average of the difference. So obviously it goes less than 10 is the green, 10 to 20 is the green, yellow is 20 to 30, orange is 30 to 40, a deeper orange going into red is 40 to 50, red is 50 to 60, and then purple is 60 plus miles an hour.
In
And
looking, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
This is a
interrupt.
visual representation. I think sometimes people, especially we've talked a lot about graphs and videos and all. This gives you a real true understanding of what the data actually is saying. And it's not just KLM files and numbers and gigabits and stuff like that.
And I was looking specifically at where she's going up. What
Autumn
street is
Smith.
that? Yes, Autumn Street is going,
That would be First Street that she's going up.
so the speeds that she has through there, and then that cross street is Hayes.
Hayes, yes.
What does that tell us about those moving 4-point averages through those neighborhoods?
Yeah, so she was going, I would say 20 to 40 miles an hour through those neighborhoods.
All right, thank you. And then I'd like to pull up Bird with her.
Okay, so now I'm going to throw Bird, which is throw her overlay on this. Everybody can see that. So this is Bird's KLM file or GPS data as well.
And I'm looking at close to the same areas when we're talking about First Street versus 3rd Street.
I have an example I can show you.
Yes, please.
Okay, so just because some of it overlaps, we'll just take like correlation. So right here, she's going, Autumn Smith's is going 53 miles per hour, moving was 39. So if I slide over, we can see what Bird was. So Bird's was at 44 raw and 40 miles an hour on the 4-point moving average.
All right, now I realize that that wasn't the end of the story for you.
No, it was not.
What else did you get to thinking about after listening to other people's testimony and thinking about this data?
Well, there was a lot of things that was said that made me started thinking. And one of them was, well, before I was here, I also thought about how could I see the data in acceleration and braking? And I have a map of that to show as well.
Well, okay.
Would you?
I got a question.
Yes.
It's
Go
just,
ahead.
I'd like to know
Yeah.
because it's pretty interesting. Can you move that back down to the purple?
Yes, right here.
Can you click that?
Yes.
So we got a difference there of about, I'm a Greenboro boy, so work with me, about 40 miles.
Mhm.
So when you pull it back up out of the orange, the difference is only about 4 or 5 miles an hour. Why is it such a big?
Because we're using that 4-point moving average. And
Describe when we're saying
Yeah.
points. Those are the
yeah, so
GPS
I'm
data
taking every
points.
point, I go, that's a point to me. So we're taking those 8, so think about what I'm saying in this is let's look into it at 8-second clips of time to get the true underlying driving.
Does that answer your counselor?
I mean, I took 3rd grade 4 times. I'm good.
It's hard to grasp, especially when there's a large amount of information. Right, and we keep talking about.
And that is an anomaly, and I have other charts, but so this is one of the reasons. I don't believe she was going 174 miles an hour, and we have another one that says she was going 174 miles an hour. I don't believe that. I mean, so that's where you get that anomaly, and so this is why we use the 4 points, so we don't skew it, and we get a true underlying driving.
So do you believe she was going 72?
I believe that from a 4-point moving average, again, at that time, it was 29 miles an hour. And you guys have seen the video of her going and the engine's revving up. Do I believe that she was going? No, because we're using a 4-point moving average.
That's like an 8-second interval.
Yeah, it's 8 seconds. So did that answer your question, sir? No, it's fine. I'm here to answer questions.
Yes, I appreciate it. If there's anything at any time.
So the other thing I thought about was the acceleration and braking as well.
Did you create some software for that?
Yes, I did.
Sounds like a lot of time, and I appreciate your effort. Tell us about how you created this next.
So this is a speed analysis of acceleration and braking. And
Now,
so
how do we tell acceleration and braking from GPS data?
math.
There you go. Okay, so take us to that and show us
So I'm
your
just,
analysis.
because we're here for 504 Bird, I'm going to pull this data up. And I can actually verify it with other data. If you guys had questions, I could show you.
Appreciate that. So, first thing is on the screen is your software online so you can have access.
Correct.
So you're going to grab one of these and put it in there?
Yeah, this is the KLM file that I got on that thumb drive.
Okay. So tell us first what it is we're looking at. I see another key.
So let me back up and say this. It has to be reproducible and verifiable. So I had to be able to take the other KLM files, reproduce the results, and then verify those results. And so this is what I did. Now, in the church video that you guys have seen 400 times, you will see that Brittany's car kind of dips. You'll see that in the video. I believe somebody might have run in front of her, but it'll dip. And that is a verifiable point, which is right there, okay? Just to also let you know, I have the time frames of the time period in which we're taking a snapshot and analyzing it. Now, if you notice, I put 7:45 and 58. That's a couple seconds behind because we have to analyze the data before we can put the point down, okay? So it's not going to be 100% on the money because we're analyzing the data and then putting the point down, okay? And I do not change the underlying. I just read the KLM file in and the software did the conversion.
When we say conversion, what are you talking about?
The date and time conversion. So when I pull up, if I pull up Smith's, it will convert it from that UTC time and tell us what that time was. It's not going to convert it to it, but that's what. So we're not changing any of the underlying data.
We're just showing it as a 7:45 instead of 19:45.
Correct. Yes, I
All right.
apologize.
Thank you.
So this is the path in which acceleration and braking was done. And this is the key. And you all are highly intelligent men and women. So I'm going to just kind of go through this. And you can ask questions if you would like. As we're going through this, you'll see this braking and acceleration pattern. And you can click on the bubble and kind of get that. And I also put the calculation for G-force in there. I'm going to actually just scoot down. And again, before we, if you would like, before we go through it, I want to also show you another verifiable point, how I know that this was. If you remember on Maple Street, turning on to Vine, there was a car doing it like what I call a J hook, and she had to brake and turn around that, and you'll see that right here. That's where these two bubbles are why they're appearing there, is because of that verifiable point that we have. And so I just wanted to point that out. So as you can see up here, there are two hard braking events that are right here. And I'm assuming that's from traffic coming out from the 5th Street. And then you'll see this line kind of moving over. So I'm assuming as she's going down 6th Street, she's trying to get through traffic. That's kind of what that shows. Again, coming up to the roundabout. And I just wanted to point that out. This is the anomaly that is right here that shows her raw speed is 63 miles an hour. We think that that's one of those anomalies. As she's coming up to the roundabout, she's braking moderacy, a little bit harder of the brake, a little bit harder of the brake. She's at 0.2 0.21 Gs. As she's coming up first, and then again, you'll see this hard braking, which would be a pattern, hey, I'm about to make a turn, because at this point, she was moving some speed. As she's coming on to 2nd Street, apologize, I don't need streets here. You'll see she's trying to speed up. And again, 2nd Avenue. And I'm assuming she's hard braking to look to see that she doesn't T-bone somebody. I cannot verify this point right here, but I'm assuming she had to move out of the way for either a car or something, but I cannot verify that point. Again, coming up to 3rd Avenue, she's moving, has to hard brake, and as she's coming around that corner, she's still in that braking pattern. Again, comes around, gets on third, and she's moving. She's coming up here, she's hard braking, and then trying to, again, this is an acceleration, a moderate acceleration, not a strong acceleration. Hard braking, moderate braking as she's coming around that corner.
If we can zoom out, one of the things that you have in your key says cruising, and that's a particular color of yellow.
Yeah.
Is there any color of yellow that is cruising on that map?
Not that I can see, no.
Now, you've also been police officer. Have you been involved in driving like a law enforcement officer?
Yes, many times.
I know you're no longer certified. Do you still drive like a law enforcement officer?
I'd rather not say.
I tell my husband all the time, he's driving like law enforcement. It's a training.
It is, and
Have you been involved? Well, obviously, how many years were you actually law enforcement? I know part of that was New York, part of that down
Yeah.
here.
I had to go and do this, so I'm going to say from 2000 to 2012, many, kind of a few years running dual purposes, working at a full-time job, and then going and you know, working 38, 39 hours at the SO.
So yes, you're familiar with either being with law enforcement that are driving
Oh, yeah.
or doing that yourself.
Yes, I would say that there's many times that I've driven this pattern, this kind of break and so forth.
Now, you also said that you had other clients, one of which that you described you had permission to.
I have two clients that I have permission.
Okay, having to do with law enforcement.
Yes.
Is one of those having to do with WatchGuard and or GPS data?
Yes, the 24th DTF in Tennessee.
Based on the work that you've done with them, your experiences as law enforcement, and then dealing with data, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this braking and the 4-point moving average is consistent with law enforcement driving?
To what I see in the data, just looking plainly at the data, yes, you don't hit a corner going 60 miles an hour. 90-degree turn.
I don't have training in that. I drive like an old woman. I will claim it. What I'm most interested in is going to be, I see a lot of points where we're strong acceleration and hard braking. And that's what I'm wondering about being consistent or not consistent.
Yeah, it's consistent. I mean, when you're a police officer and you're getting, and I've been in situations that people's lives were severely touched. You drive extremely this fast braking, hard braking, fast, hard braking, because you're trying to get to the scene as quickly as possible because your friend's either shot or something of this nature. And so it is consistent because you don't, I mean, you're trying to get there as a cop. Everybody has that internal mechanism that makes them go to it.
Let's go back to our original conversation and what I call the PowerPoint, but is your PDF. Because one of the last things that you had looked at there had to do with then the timing of our drive time response for each of these officers. Could we please get to that? Right, now I note some things. Let's talk about Officer Byrd first. And obviously those are in yellow because she's the one we're here talking about. I note the first one, and you gave us both a GPS time and a dash cam time, but regardless of which one of those you look at, is the drive response drive the same? Whether I'm looking at GPS or dash cam?
Yes.
And one of those
And
says traffic to park or park to, but traffic, what are we talking about there?
Um, Could you restate the question for me,
Sure,
please?
sure. When we're, obviously, we've
And I
got,
apologize because
I've had you
we're
talking a while.
talking, yeah, we're talking 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and I was
Yes.
just, somebody, Lieutenant Kennedy referred to 2 minutes and 14 seconds, so I wasn't sure which one you're referring to.
Right, I understand. And Lieutenant Kennedy actually said, let's start the time further down
Correct.
on Central Landing to get
Correct.
to his 2-minute, 14-second. I know you made notes. I did not. This is your calculation, though, and I want to look at that, right? So the first thing you have here is the median time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's both of those
Mhm.
sets. So the first one at the top in yellow says traffic park area. What
Yes.
are you describing as the endpoint there?
The parking area that she was in, not the medium. In other words, not the crossing of that I'm going to say highway, but that parkway.
Mhm.
That's the medium is that centerpiece that I'm referring to.
So that's where she starts,
Yes,
and then the part that you're ending it at,
is wheels on the curb. So when she comes on Vine, the park has a turn. It's when the front wheels hit the grass.
okay, so that's the second one.
Mhm.
I want to look at the first one at the very top. If I had a clicker, I'd help. It says traffic park area, that's a sooner time. Is that when she encounters traffic at that curve at Vine? Or not Vine, Maple? Maple,
It's the curve.
okay. Okay, I was hearing curb and curve, and so I got a little
apologize.
confused. You had it right, probably everybody followed, great. When you look at that and say from the median start time to the traffic where the person was backing up,
Mhm.
that's the calculation you get of 2 minutes and 37 seconds?
Mhm.
All right. And
Well, yeah.
go ahead. I know that there's a different time.
So the other is when her front wheels hit the grass
Okay. Over the
of the
curb.
park. Yeah, yeah,
So whichever one that they wanted to look at,
correct,
they have both calculations.
correct.
Obviously, she cannot control traffic on Maple Street, though, can she?
No.
Last thing. We had a conversation about data and the data that you had received and putting it on the Google map, Google Earth.
Yes.
And the question that I'd had that I'm going to have for you today, how easy would it have been? Would you have to be an expert to modify those points and change your route?
No, it could have been done by a drag and drop.
Okay. I realize you do not have any opinion as to that, and you're telling me that.
I cannot.
Council,
Yes, sir.
we have someone I think that needs to take a break pretty quick.
And then we all look at Eric King, okay. I'm sure it's an important phone call. Yeah, it's a phone call. Would you like to take a break at this time? I'll be right. Okay. we're diagramming about 4 more topics. So if you want to finish today, come back, it won't take, but it probably would be 30 minutes or so, maybe a little more.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and call it today then.
Okay.
To make, because in case they run into traffic.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.